development. The background information to my study is that technical and vocational education and training TVET plays a vital role in fostering sustainable development, particularly in developing countries like Kenya. TVET programs are designed to equip individuals with necessary skills and knowledge to meet the demands of the labor market, promote economic growth, and address social and environmental challenges. However, despite its importance, the responsiveness of TVET towards sustainable development in Kenya faces significant obstacles. Sustainable development has become a pressing global concern, emphasizing the need to balance economic growth, social equity, and environmental preservation. Kenya, like many other countries, has committed to achieving sustainable development goals outlined by the limited nations. However, the responsiveness of TVET towards sustainable development remains a significant challenge in Kenya, in the Kenyan context. What motivated the research or the problem area is that the responsiveness of TVET currently towards sustainable development in Kenya remains a significant challenge. Despite the importance of TVET in promoting sustainable development, there is mismatch between the skill possessed by TVET graduates and the skills required by the industry. This disconnect leads to limited employment opportunities to TVET graduates and contributes to the low productivity levels. Additionally, the integration of sustainable development concepts into TVET curricula faces obstacles, hindering the sector's ability to address environmental and social challenges effectively. Limited integration of sustainable development concepts in TVET curricula, research by Mungeta et al. 2019, emphasizes the need to incorporate sustainability principles into TVET programs to equip graduates with the skills necessary to address environmental and social challenges. The current curriculum gaps hinders the responsiveness of TVET towards sustainable development goals, potentially leading to the neglect of crucial issues such as environmental sustainability and social equity. My research objective, the general objective was to identify the factors that would hinder the responsiveness of TVET towards sustainable development in Kenya and propose strategies for improving this responsiveness. The specific objective was to identify, one, the current practices of TVET institutions in promoting sustainable development, to assess the challenges in integrating sustainable development concepts into TVET curricula and propose strategies for enhancing the responsiveness of TVET towards sustainable development. So the research was done in the selected counties in Kenya, which included Nyandarua, Kisumu, Kitale, which were purposefully sampled among the counties in Kenya between January 2023 and March. So the research focused on investigating the responsiveness of TVET towards sustainable development in Kenya, and the researcher used structured sampling technique of trainers and trainees who added up to 1,300 respondents. Quantitative research design was employed, open access questionnaires were used to collect data, and data collected was analyzed using the SPSS software. So what were the major outcomes? On the responsiveness, the strengthening of industry collaboration with TVET is one of the key indicators that will promote sustainability towards, that will be a responsive factor towards sustainability development in Kenya through TVET. 65 of the respondents agreed that we need to have industry collaborations. TVET, currently we need to mention, like here in Kisii, National Polytechnic, how many industry are you collaborating with? That today, if we stand here, you can mention them. So that at least we are able to analyze and we are able to get the gaps from the industry in terms of the graduate skills that we are producing. And therefore, develop our curriculums into the requirements of the industry so that our graduates, our TVET graduates can be able to fit into the labor market. Then we have enhanced industry linkages and training engagements. So we need to have what we call dual training. The PS has been talking about the dual training, And we are really pushing it from our side. And I hope also here it's being done throughout TVET, national, especially national polytechnics, which have the legal mandate of developing curriculums. We need to have dual training with the industry where our graduates will spend much more of their practical or trainings in the industry other than the theoretical parts in class. So 56 agreed, strongly agreed to that. 40 I also agreed, and 3 were neutral. Kindly go back. So we have developed and enhanced regulatory frameworks that promote youth employability with the industry players. So we need to have regulatory frameworks with the industry that if today you produce 50 welders, 50 plumbers, the industry is ready, has a ready market to absorb our graduates. And therefore, we need a regulatory framework that can be coordinated either from the ministry or even from the partners, such that our graduates, once they finish, then we are able to have them absorbed into the industry. Move forward. Conclusion. TVET institutions provide practical and industry-relevant training to equip students with the skills and competencies required for successful career outcomes. Another conclusion was that TVET to develop comprehensive policies on industry collaborations, strengthening industry linkages and training programs, and improving the regulatory frameworks for promoting youth employability. By implementing the proposed strategies, policymakers and TVET institutions can address the challenges identified and work towards a more responsive and effective TVET system that needs both the industry and the society at large. Then we had the recommendations. One of the recommendations of this study is that to strengthen industry collaborations. So TVET institutions to develop and implement comprehensive policies on industry collaborations. Number 2 is to enhance industry linkages and training. TVET institutions should prioritize the establishment of strong linkages with the industry to provide students with practical training opportunities. Number 3 is to improve on regulatory frameworks. There's a need to develop and enhance regulatory frameworks that promote youth employability with the industry players. Then foster research and innovation. The TVET institutions should prioritize research and innovation to keep pace with the changing industry needs and technological advancement. And then finally, continuous professional development for trainers and instructors in TVET institutions to be provided with continuous professional development of opportunities to upgrade their skills and knowledge. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Kindly let's appreciate Pauline. You can take your seat. Now, in a nutshell, Pauline has really told us about the skills that our trainees possess after they leave our institutions and the gap that exists with the skills that are required in the industry. At this point then, I'll invite questions from the audience so that she can be able to address them. Welcome. Any question from this other end? So it looks like that presentation rather was well taken in, and then I'll give the opportunity to the judges to have their remarks or questions. Welcome.
Thank you, Pauline, for the presentation. It is true that all TVET should start working, the TVET sector should start working towards sustainable development if we have to get anywhere. I had something maybe you need to look at under your objectives. When you say an objective is to propose strategies, maybe it should have been to find out strategies that could be blah, blah. But when you say the objective is to propose strategies, then it is not coming out very well. Then sampling, your sampling procedures, you did not go ahead to have like an explanation when you say that you used like purposive sampling for some of those institutions. You should have explained that further. Why did you use purposive sampling? So generally check on your sampling strategies. Then you had findings of one table, and the discussion was not so intensive as to generate gaps that would lead to the conclusions that you made, or the recommendations that you gave. The recommendations are so many, but the discussion was too minimal. So you need to maybe beef that up. And the recommendations should be based on solid findings. This is what I collected, and so this is what it is indicating, and probably this is what needs to be done. You should have each recommendation following a particular line of thought. So maybe you can think about that as you move forward.
Thank you. Let me join my colleague in congratulating Pauline for a good presentation, and which is in line with what Kenya is gearing towards. That is the skills that will enable the country to attain sustainable development. I just want to make a few comments, not a question, but comments on maybe what I thought could have been included in the study or in the presentation, so that we can be able to have a better investigation into the responsiveness of our TVET. One, my colleague has talked about sampling techniques. That was missing, and I don't want to overemphasize on that. Then there is an issue that has kept coming up when we talk about sample size. Pauline, you gave us a sample size of 1,300, but it was not clear how these was obtained. And for us to be able to get data or findings that we can be able to rely on, it's important to be clear on how this sample was determined. And then the other thing that is coming out is on your data analysis, you've talked of using correlation analysis and regression analysis. Maybe to be on point, when you talk about these types of analysis, correlation analysis, we have different types of correlation analysis. We have Pearman's correlation, we have a Spearman correlation, we have Kendall correlation, and other types of correlations. So if you're talking about correlation, maybe we need to be very specific on the kind of correlation that we are doing in our study. The same applies to regression, so that when you talk about regression, we should be very clear on the exact regression that we are using. Same on data analysis. There is this issue of use of SPSS in analysis. SPSS is a software. We said this yesterday, but that is okay, because for you went ahead and to give us a bit of the analysis, the specific analysis that you were going to do. Then on data analysis, where you have your data, my colleague has talked of a table. We expected that your data should have or should be able to give us findings from the 3 objectives. Because you had 3 objectives, we expected that the findings should be able to cover all the 3 objectives. And if you could have done this, then your conclusion and recommendations were to come out clearly based on the objectives and the findings that you had. So for us to have better papers and presentations, it's important that once we have 3 objectives, when we are moving down to the collection of data, let's ensure that we have data for objective 1, for objective 2, and for objective 3. Then we can be able to discuss each of the objectives and then give conclusions based on each of the objectives, because that is what we set out to do. And then the last thing is when you talked of using correlation and regression analysis, I could have expected that at the end, because you are doing correlation, you could have quantified the strength, a linear relationship that exists between your variables. I missed that, I didn't say that. The same thing with regression. I expected that at the end of the day, you could have expressed the relationship in the form of an equation, because that is what a regression is all about. Otherwise, it's a good work done and towards the right direction. I'm sure that if we incorporate those few changes, we'll be able to have better work done. Otherwise, thank you very much for the good work.
Thank you so much, our judges. Is there any other reaction from the audience before I hand this over to
just a minute, maybe something that I forgot. When we were going through the paper, just for clarity so that Pauline, you can be able to also note this, there is a bit of a mix between the terms aim, purpose, and objective. In the paper, they are not coming out clear. The aim looks a bit different from the objective. Maybe it's good if we note that the aim and the purpose and the objective should be referring to almost one and the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you once again. And since there is no other reaction from the audience then, I think, Pauline, those reactions from the judges will help you enrich your presentation in the future, and that's the betterment for all of us. So at this point, I'll hand over the program to the MC to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. I thought we were to give Pauline a chance to react. It is in order that way. Yes, Pauline. It is in order that way. There is the mic.
Okay, I want to say that I'm very grateful for the chance, and also for the chance to be guided by I call them my seniors and my supervisors also, because as I noted, I'm also a student somewhere. So actually you are really polishing polishing my skills, my research skills, and I know in future I'm going to be very, maybe towards the highest levels of percentages. But I want to say that, especially on the sample size, that I was not able to bring the whole of the work from the paper to the PowerPoint. Sometimes we summarize a lot, but I've discovered, because I really limited myself to 10 points, and it's because sometimes when we go to do some research presentations, the PowerPoints are so limited. We are told to have 10. And therefore, sometimes even looking at the kind of work I was felt it was much, but I think the most important principles of our research must be observed, especially the sampling size. And I know, I can agree that I avoided so much of that, but these are things that I'm able to do, and I'm able to put them even in the presentation, especially the sample size, where it was scientific. I used the Amane. So I've seen, I need to be very specific, not too general. Even the correlation analysis, I need to specify which one. And therefore, I had not brought everything on my PowerPoint, but I think in future, I need to do that. Thank you very much.
I think now that is better. Thank you, Ndugu Ronald Orucho, for chairing this session. Thank you, Madam Pauline. When you go back to Nyandarua, Jenny Massis. Before we get some address, we want to link those guys at the back. Please move to these front seats so that you know this is international and your faces will be seen internationally. If you move this way, it will be very nice. Yes, thank you very much. We want to usher in Haruna Siago. Haruna Siago to be the session chair for something that should have happened yesterday, because it is closely related with Pauline's study, and that is partner. What's this? Linking. Take it away.
Yes. My name is Haron Asiago. I am the Industry Linkages Officer, Kisii National Polytechnic. And Kisii National Polytechnic, as one of the operator presenter who was left, she really emphasized on industry collaboration. I want to say that this session has come the right time. We could have had it yesterday, but because of time, we were unable to have it. I don't want to waste time. I want to bring our presenter. Our keynote address comes from Generation Kenya. So Mr. Stephen, it's your turn. Come. I don't want to waste time. I want to give you all this period so that you can share with them. So a number of the trainees who are here, they know me. But with you are our Vista, introduce yourself. And then from there, our main purpose is imparting skills relevant to industry needs. So linking TVET graduates to industry. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are going to depart from doctoral and academic language a bit. So we'll come to practical and we see how it lands, how it goes. My name is Stephen Miner, and it's quite an honor to be here today. It's quite unfortunate. Yesterday I came dressed in a suit, and my suit could not earn me Boga points because this schedule had to be rescheduled today. So take me the way I am, right? Don't look at the looks. Listen to the voice. Listen to the content. So to all students who are here, to the tutors, instructors, and everybody in this house, this is a very, very critical conversation. Looking at a global perspective, coming from a global view, is that in the last 2 decades, the conversation allowed TVET, the role of TVET, enhancing TVET to produce skilled, competitive, adaptable graduate has been on top. So we are in the context of that conversation, and also in the context of asking ourselves, how do we address this animal called unemployment? So listening from yesterday's conversation, from my peers' conversation to today's conversation, that addressing the piece of unemployment, the heartbeat of this, the DNA of this, is none other than TVET. And we're in this space. Global statistics shows that in the most developed countries, that TVET has played critical role in job creations. And even when we sit here, and you and I, we know, if you just go online to Google, there are so many countries who are looking hands-on skills. So many companies, especially in Ukraine, based on what had happened, the war between Ukraine and Russia, they are trying to rebuild their country. So there is a lot of workforce migration to Ukraine because of the need of jobs. So Stephen comes from an organization called Generation Program Kenya. Before I go to that, let me just introduce briefly what is Generation and who is Generation. Generation is an international NGO based here in Kenya, but currently we operate in 18 countries, US being the headquarter. Generation was founded on one principle: to transform education to employment. To transform education to employment. That tells you it is go beyond skilling. It is what after skilling. What is after skilling? So generations comes there between to two major gaps: the gaps of the supply and the gaps of the demand. That is where generation comes in between to address these things we keep on calling skills mismatch. So here in Kenya, we began operations back in 2014. And to date, we are proud to say we have skilled 26,366 youth. 26,366 youth. Out of this number that we have skilled, we have connected and plugged 87%, that is 22,000 plus, to decent jobs. So I'm not talking about internship. I'm talking about decent jobs. So in our space, we don't just define job just a job. We define job, the job must be decent. And decency here means the earning must be above the minimum wage as per the Kenya's law, the working environment, and that job again must be sustainable. So we measure our impact into three major dimensions. I'm an enemy expert here. We measure into three major dimensions. The dimension one in the terms of the depth of the numbers of the youth that we have skilled. We take that one to the next level of breadth, the number of the youth that we have plugged into employment, and also we measure in terms of durability. How long do these young people stay in that job after placement? So it is based on our experience on linking youth to employment opportunities that these conversations becomes relevant. And the institution found it is worth that we could bring our thoughts, our small idea on how practical it can be in addressing unemployment. Because all this conversation here is towards addressing unemployment. So, are we ready to go? Students, trainees, are we ready to go? Are you ready? Good. Give me the next slide. Okay. I believe to the scholars who are here, and I'm also a scholar, at the end of this conversation, but before we got that, there is this animal which we need to give it the shape, how it look like, the animal of industry. And I wish I could get a mic we give to a trainee. When you hear about an industry, what comes in your mind? No, my presentation must be participatory. It must be participatory. So, one trainee, because I'm also going to talk about a character, what it takes to get a job. So, when you hear about industry, when this industry from yesterday, industry today, industry, you look at the policies they're talking about industry. This industry, what it is? What is this industry? Anybody?
Yes, there is one here.
Okay, just a trial. I think an industry is a parastatal or an organization that transforms raw materials into a finished product.
That is the understanding of an industry. Thank you. Any other thought to the second one and the last one? Thank you. You are very correct.
Any other?
So,
Yes.
so trainees, when we are talking about, we want to transform you to connect you to industry. You don't understand what we are talking about?
Okay. My response, as I can say, industry would be a potential area where you can be employed after being trained.
Good. Thank you. That is true. No, my study shows when people talk about industry, the first thing that clicks in the youth mind is a big factory with a big chimney and a smoke. Sidio? That is the quickest understanding how people tend to think about the industry. Yeah? Industry we are talking about, be it formal employment, and that formal employment comes into various sectors. In manufacturing sector, where we now have the chimneys and all those stuffs. We are talking in the customer service sector. We are talking about the BPO sector, right? We are talking about in banking sectors. All those are the industries, right? We are talking about informal, the sea of employment, right? So that is why one now, to the scholars here, when we try to define this industry, when we hear that we did a survey with the industries, it must come out clearly what type of industry are we talking about. Was it inclusive to get the diversity of the opinion, the skills required in various sectors? Now, locally here, this is the number we have. Imagine that 9% of the youth are employed. That 9% of the youth. They are underserved youth, unemployed, and even underemployed. Right? So underemployment here means they earn below the minimum wage. Right? There are those casual laborers who just earn maybe live below $150 USD per day. Now like this to talk about $100. So $150 per day, those are the private. Now, look at the population of the youth between 18 to 24 years. All these are the students now, here we are. I'm also a youth. I also follow in that space. Right? Last month I celebrated my birthday of 32 years. So over 1 million people, over 1 million youth, graduates, young people enter into the labor market. And imagine those who are here who are in Module 3, those who are in Module 2 for certificate, those who are finishing their level this year, you are going to add to these millions. So how many millions so far do we have? If each year, for example, millions of youth get to the space of the market. So the median age of the youth is 9.6%. So it is that context now, will you give us the next slide, that we want to look at Kenya itself. Kenya is a part of developing its manufacturing sector. And in that space, we have been talking about the agenda from the previous government and the current one. Technical skills is quite cardinal to this. As we take up to the manufacturing space, as we industrialize our country, technical skills is a must. And therefore, there has been a surge of unemployment which we need to address. So I think, do away with this. I don't want so many stories. Now, here we are. When we are talking about linking youth or linking graduates to the industry, to the employment space, let me not use the word industry. Still, to the employment, which is either formal or informal, we don't talk in isolation. We talk in the context of the ecosystem that exists. Okay. When you're talking about ecosystem here, we are talking about various factors, issues, economic, environmental, and social factors brought together. So we are talking about the TVET ecosystem, where you are now in the TVET, the role you should play. We are talking about in the context of the skill, which is very cardinal here, very important here. We are also talking in the context of now the industry. That means here, the sure path to employment. Let me, before I go that. When I was looking for a job, the first time I went for an interview, it was very difficult in this interview, and I terribly failed that interview. And for your information, the students who are here, as employers, we are no longer interested with your CVs. We are no longer interested with your CVs. Currently, we adopt an interview that we call BBI. Okay, serious, yes, sir. Behavioral-based interviews. And when I went to my first interview, I was exposed to this BBI. And I failed terribly. I know if you look, 95%, including all of us here, if you look at our CVs, we say, I can work at the minimum pressure, I have excellent communication skills, I'm a problem solver, all this, right? And to make the matter best or worse, these CVs, the way you develop them, lately we have so many softwares to develop CVs. Some people even contract people. For example, here, any youth trainee who think that they don't have to make their CV, they approach Steven develop a CV for them. So I'll put all the stuff which you are not. So behavioral interviews goes like this. Now, I will use you, Mr. Harun, my friend. Harun has come to seek for a job in my company. Right? I'll put aside Harun's CV and I'll ask a simple question to Harun. Assume Harun is a fresh graduate from Kisii National Polytechnic. I ask Harun, give us a scenario in your past workplace where your supervisor gave you instructions and those instructions were not clear. What did you do? I repeat the question. Give us a scenario in your previous workstation. Your supervisor gave you an instructions and those instructions were not clear. What did you do? That single question will demonstrate actually who you are in various scenarios. One, that question want to test if you are a person to finer details. Number two, that question we want to test if you are a consultative person. That question want to test if time management. Because if the instructions are not clear and you end up doing that task according to your own understanding, your supervisor will reverse that work to you. You'll waste a lot of time. Right? Another example of a question. Give us a scenario or cite a situation or a circumstance, for example, in your current work position, you learned a lesson, you learned a process. How did you learn that process? And how did you teach others that process? So, if your brain is working backwardly, you start sweating and asking yourself, you start scrolling, your mind is here, not here, starting wondering, now this question, how do I answer? When? How? Where? So therefore, employers, we are looking in terms of the skills, not papers. And therefore, in the preparations, estimate, in the preparations of these runners, these graduates, we must package them. We must package them properly. And again, when you are packaged, also you must accept to be packaged. When you are sharpened, you must also accept to be sharpened. So, the TVET, we are an insurance, a guarantee of job employment in Kenya. So, in that process of becoming an insurance to employment, then we are going to address the big of youth employment, and therefore it calls for a coherent systems. And these coherent systems is where we are able to produce quantity, but beyond quantity, quality. Quality. Because we are growing. You can't satisfy the job market. Let me give you a fact of a research here Generation has done. And we continue to do this research. 40% of our employer partners, we have close to 400 employer partners, those who hire from us, and they have continued to hire from us. 40% of our employer partners, they say, we have job opportunities, however, we don't have people to employ. Why? Because they don't meet what we need. They don't meet what we need. Therefore, the production of the sufficient and the quality of learners is critical. Because what will make these youth get jobs, definitely, is the quality of the skills, the ability, the competence they have to demonstrate to the employer, to the potential employers. Right? And I give it an example, a simple example. Let me use you again, Mr. Harun. We have Mr. Harun A here, and we have Harun B here. Both of them, they get a distinction. They get a distinction. Yeah? Yes. I'm an A scorer. They get a distinction, so I don't want to talk about pass and others. Eh? Both of them, they have come to apply for a job. Both of them, they are potential applicants. But what will make me select one or the other? I need one position, right? So both of them, the academic papers shows you have A's. But what is that unique that you are going to demonstrate that's going to come out properly that will make me pick you and drop the other? That is the importance of this conversation. And I wish I had big learners here, trainees. Because the transformation of linking youth to employment, it is an integrated system that the institution, you have to pray your law properly. The trainees, you have to pray your law properly. The government has to pray its law properly, and the industry, now the employment space, they have to pray their law properly. And what are these laws? Give us. Now, TVET. And here TVET, let's not talk about TVET. Let's talk about Kisii National Polytechnic. Let's talk about Nyandarua National Polytechnic and any other polytechnic which is here. Do you know the commandate of the any learning institution? It is to enable employment. Period. The commandate of Kisii National Polytechnic is to enable employment. Period. And that itself has huge context under that. How do you enable that employment? Now, to the scholars who are here, I have had so many presentations talk about program must be relevant. No, this relevancy is what? This relevance is what? I've handed you, the last scholar here, talk about the role of industry. The role of industry. That role has not come out clearly. That role, you know, we keep on talking about the role of the industry. I will show you now the role here. Now, the programs, the program must be relevant to address the market needs. And which are these market needs? Which are these market needs? How do you make your programs relevant? Yes. The trainers who are here, the instructors, the head of functions, you are delivering a program. How do you make that programs become relevant? That the learners you are producing, they are also relevant. You know, we are talking about the programs be relevant. That means it's producing relevant learners, relevant graduates. Now, quality training. What is that? What you are talking about? Quality training, right? Integration of soft skill, employability, social and technical skills. You know, we have talked so much about soft skills, right? we have talked so much about this piece of employability changes. And what happens, we continue to repeat this mistake. You know, at one piece, let me use an example. We talk about communication skills. Communication skills, which is a common unit. Not that these soft skills are not being taught. It's communication skills. It's a common unit, right? But how is this delivered? You find, and this is the normal practice, you correct journalism students, you correct hospitality learners, you correct engineers, you correct health sciences learners, you put it in a hall. Then you are teaching communication skills. So, you want an engineer to learn journalism language? When we go to the market, is the language for hospitality similar to the language of engineering? Is the dressing code, because communication has come to do with also presentation. So when you put a hospitality student who should always be in a white, clean apron, when you bring somebody who is doing business, banking, who should always be smart and tie, and an engineer. So you are teaching them grooming and how to present themselves. Then the time for internship or attachment has come. This for engineering, doing automotive engineering, because they were put in the same class with somebody who is doing banking, and they were told you should be dressed smartly. This one dressed in a tie, and then he's going for attachment for an interview in where? Toyota, Kenya. So he is put in a garage, and he is in a suit and a tie. Right? Are we doing justice in that delivery? So how are we preparing them? How are we preparing these learners? So when we talk about integrations of soft skills and employability skills, I'm very happy to announce this, that this animal, we can now see its ears, we can now see its tail, how huge, how small, how tall this animal is. Because Kenya School of TVET has taken a step ahead to prepare one of its guide curricula of employability changes. And Generation has contributed heavily to that curricula. So, they have gone to the first phase of piloting that curricula. They're in the second phase of reviewing that curricula. And we have invested a lot to share our expertise in that curricula, to refine that curricula. That's the trainers at Kenya School of TVET, what you had PES talk yesterday, that sharpening and preparing the trainers in terms of concretizing the employability changes is already going to Kenya School of TVET. That curricula. So, that curricula, what is expected, that the skill the trainers are going to learn there, they are transferred to the trainees. But the modality, the delivery approach, is what matters. Now, let me ask you this simple question here. When we are talking about employability changes and soft skills, how do you test, for example, presentation? If you're delivering it virtually, how will you gauge somebody has critical thinking? How will you measure that a learner, a trainee has problem-solving skills? How will you test that? It's quite critical here. So, access to labor information. For example, Kisii National Polytechnic. I pose this challenge to all of us. Do we know what is happening currently? In our various departments, in our various factions, are we top of the market information? Do we know each and every emerging issue in every department that we are in? Such that the emerging issues, you tap them, you transfer them to the runners, such that they are at the top of the game. That means every trainer and instructor must be a researcher, not only the research department. So, deliberate career mentorship and a program for runners. Career mentorship programs. Organize career talks with the industry. Let the industry come here. Career talks, talk to them, why did you choose this program? You know, I have done a survey in this space of TVET. And let me tell you, the instructors who are here, if you're not aware, we have so many trainers here. Somebody who is doing engineering, and he doesn't know why he chose engineering. Somebody is doing hospitality, and he has no clue why he chose hospitality. Somebody is doing health science, and he doesn't have any clue. Any clue. Why am I doing health science? Which sector can I be employed? Whom am I likely to become? That path of career mentorship, we must take it up holistically. Right? Let the learners at their first year take first 2 weeks or after first semester. Create a room to transfer. Let them change programs. After they test, for example, first semester, teach them that after you take this course, this program, this is how your career path will look like. These are the areas that you can look for jobs. These are the types of jobs you can create through the skills that you are going to earn. Let's not just wait somebody has gone to higher diploma. Somebody has finished module 3 of a diploma, and you ask this student, you are finished. Unatafuta job wapi? Hana kuru, who are you? You ask this person, who are you? In the context of your studies, who are you? Si wanatafuna ulimi. I'm a journalist. Huh? You are a journalist. You are a journalist? What defines a journalist? Which area of journalism can you deliver specifically? And that's what the PS was talking about, the skill set. Right? Now, the industry role. I hope I'm not in short of time. Sometimes it becomes challenge to be limited. The industry role. This animal we are talking about, the industry role. What is the role of this? Now, of course, to offer job opportunities. That is their role. So when you are doing your research paper, the role of the industry, this role of the industry, that role of the industry, we have hearing, what is the role? I want to discover, I want to understand the role of the industry. That role, they are not coming out in research. These are the role of the industry. Job creations, offering jobs. Number 2, offering career talks to the trainees. Yes, offering career talks to the trainees because they are the experts. Organize a day here. I am very proud of the institutional approach. You have partnership with so many private sectors, right? Organize. Do a talks per department. If you have a private partner in engineering sector, organize a career talks for engineering learners. Don't mix. Organize a career talks for hospitality learners. Organize a career talks for business learners. And invite the practitioners, the expert, to come and mentor these learners. Now, donation of training materials. Donation, this is their roles. You are talking about funding here. Right? That partnership must be clear. But most significantly now, to that animal of the role of the industry is curriculum development. Right? Now we hand, as an institution, you develop your own curriculum. The CBET approach, right? That to develop a curriculum, to train, to assess, and certificate that curriculum. Right? Now, how do we plug in the industry in that process? This has never come so clear to many training institutions. That people tend to think to involve industry in curriculum development is just a cup of tea. No. It's not a cup of tea. You think you can call an industry here around the table, or you go to their factory one day and you think how you will develop a curriculum that meets their needs. No. It's a process. Which generation is an expert in this? Now, curriculum development. There is curriculum development. There is curriculum review, how you conduct the review. There is sharing and involving the industry in sharing the information and the emerging issues. Give us the next slide to answer this correctly. This is the pathway to involvement of the industry in the curriculum development. Now, curriculum development. Now, let me give you a practical scenario, our approach as organization. What we do is we have business development team that will go to a certain sector. Hospitality, BPOs, textile and apparel sector. Let me use an example of a textile and apparel sector. Manufacturing. We'll go to EPZs, the employers. We will camp in that factory for 1 week. We engage all the line managers. Forget about the HR, not the HR. We engage the line managers. We observe what happened. Then we ask them, when you are hiring this role, which specific skills do you look for? Okay. You are hiring a skill, you want a sewing machine operator. Then, which of a must skill, an unnegotiable skill that this machine operator must have? They tell us. Then, using that information, we develop that curriculum. We take back to them, the next phase, we take that curriculum back to them for review. They look at that curriculum to see what they said, is it captured on the paper? Then we ask them another question. How do you deliver these skills? How? You told us a specific skill. Then how do we transfer this skill through delivery to the runner? They tell us. We then refine that curriculum. Once that curriculum is ready and it's approved by either NITA or TVET SIDAC, we then now recruit the runners. We train them using the same curriculum. Then once we train, the runners who have been trained, because we train for the industry, we will take them to that industry. Right? After they have been employed by that industry, every year, we do a survey with that employer. How is the performance of that employee? Which gaps have you seen? Through that survey, the information we get, we come and review the curriculum so that the preceding groups, cohorts, are more refined because we are at the top of the emerging issues in the industry. That is the process. So when you talk about involving the industry in curriculum development, how many stages do you? That is curriculum development, curriculum review, donating training materials, offering jobs to the graduate and industry mentorship for runners. Do we embed this in TVET industry partnership? When we are engaging this industry, do they really know what they are coming to do to support? Give us the next phase. As I conclude, sasa, wanafunzi, hapa kuna kashida kidogo. Kuna kashida kidogo. Sitaki kusema ni kashida kakubwa. Kuna kashida kadogo. Kwa sababu, many of the trainees, tukimaliza shule hivi, what comes in your mind is that when you finish today, tomorrow, utapata job. Hapana haifanyikagi hivyo, haiendangi hivyo. You may be lucky, which is 0.00% of the experience. Haifanyikangi hivyo. Let me give you, I'm almost done. Remaining with one slide. Sininyi mulileta leo. Ningefanya hii jana. So, to the learners here, I have a youth that I mentor. And this youth, gentleman, alimaliza university back in 2020. So, in 2021, nikampigia tu simu nikamuuliza, umepata job? Akaniambia, nilimpigia, I think it was 2021 in August hapo. Nikampigia simu. Akaniambia, kuna kampuni nilikuwa nimeapply 2020 immediately after graduation, hawajanipatia majibu. Nikamuuliza, from then 2020 have you applied any other job? Akasema hapana. Sikia. Aliapply only one job na akafikiria hiyo imetosha, imefika hajawa, because bado after 1 year bado anasubiri majibu kutoka kwa ile kampuni moja aliapply. Youth, there's a problem. That tells you your mindset. Let's embrace the growth mindset. That is your role. And the growth mindset means every day is a running day. That is what I'm talking about. Continuous upskilling. Currently, there are so many free online courses. So many free online courses that can assist you to continue to sharpen your skills. Yes, you are trained as an engineer. There are so many free online engineering short courses that can assist you to sharpen what you have already learned in class. Don't think that that certificate is enough for you. It's not enough. Now, working on their presentations, that's a whole package of things. I wish I had time. This is not a career talk. Okay. Being determined and persistence is critical here. Give us the role of the government as I conclude. Adequate funding for TVET institution. Adequate funding. So that pesa itoshe. This is the role of the government because you need all these facilities. And for example, let me go to staffing. Adequate the still liaison officer. We have Mr. Haron here. Now, nimesikia hii shule iko na wanafunzi 15,000. Imagine Haron akiwa peke yake. We have departmental representatives. How many are they? Each department has two. Right? Now, all of them, you must connect them for attachment. Hiyo imetosha kweli. That piece of industrial liaison officer and again capacity building of this industrial liaison officer on the element of the partnership and the establishment of these collaborations is critical. Because I've gone to an institution ambao they only have one ILO who is trained in journalism, right? And you are trained in journalism. How do you look for attachment for engineering learners or hospitality learners? That doesn't add up. So that's another day. So setting up policies requiring compulsory linkages, hiyo tumesikia sana. And again, developing soft skills and proprietary values and the life skills curriculum. Give us the very last slide. So, this transformation of TVET to becoming an employment enabler, we all speak training with the industry. Train with the industry. No. What does it mean to train with the industry? Right? What does it mean to train with the industry? Train with the industry. A step by step. Training in industry. What does it mean to train in industry? It is to move the learners practically from the classroom, take them to the industry. Generation is an expert on this. Our SMO program, we partner with the EPZs. They give us space. They give us materials. They give us machines. We train there in the factory. Training in the industry. Training for the industry. Where we are training the industry, all those cohorts are employed by that industry. Therefore, the next slide. Unajua, shida moja ya binadamu ni kutumia muda mwingi kufikiria. With very small actions. Can we all speak and agree in one chord? We need to move from a think tank to a do tank. Right? This is doable. It's attainable. We can do it together. Collaboratively, give us the last slide. And it is doable. It is doable. So, Mr. Harun, thank you. May God bless us. May God enable us. Thank you, everyone. I love you all.
You can have a seat here. No, let's have a, you can have a seat here. Yes. Can we, Cindy? Yes. Pasha, piga. Pasha, gine. Pasha, gine. Oh, yes. This is so You know, it was not a paper presentation. This was a keynote address, which was to be done yesterday, but it has been done today. I hope it was very clear. I don't want again to repeat. I said that we were to give our presenter time, which we have done. Maybe, because if you look at what he has done, he has concentrated in linking TVET graduates to the industry. And the reason why we are here, training in institutions, our part is to link our graduates to industry. I want to say, now Generation Kenya, let me highlight just in 1 minute who they are and how we knew them. We knew Generation Kenya the year 2018. And then 2019, we came up with a collaboration with them where we wanted to have sewing machine operation. And that's what they do. We could have just had it, but because of COVID-19, things did not go the way we planned. With their wisdom, they came up with a program that is digital freelance program, online jobs. And that's the one currently we have collaboration. So I'm asking our trainers, those ones who have graduated and those ones who are going to graduate, Generation Kenya, they are here with us. The program we have currently, which we are starting on 3rd of July. And then on 7th of July, the CEO Generation Kenya will be here. We will launch it. 100 graduates being trained on online jobs. What they do, they train you. When they have trained you, they connect you to the industry. And then from there, you become employable. You are just employed. The target is this community, Kenya, we want to change it. And it is free. You don't pay even a shilling. I want to say that that is the market part, which I could bring forward. So we have known one another for some time as an institution where we collaborate. He's a partnership officer, the same portfolio that I hold in this institution. Maybe we want to have anyone burning concern, moja tu, because we are going for our tea break. Yes, anyone. Yes, mandates from, please, just come. Come, even stand here. Because this is linking TVET graduates to the industry. Concern?
Yes, thank you so much. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Oswago Fenwick Kiminyu. I am a student leader in this institution. I'm the Secretary General to the Student Union. I also run a youth enterprise called Fen Charity Africa. It's a youth enterprise that entails reaching out to the boy child. I'm a boy child advocate, and every time I say I'm a boy child advocate, the females think I'm a misogynist, but that is not it. So I think this is one amongst the most noble conversations that we've had in this in this conference. It is alarming to realize that 39% of youths are unemployed. And out of the 39%, which is close to 5.2 million, 48% have resorted to crime. And my only comment on this, mine is more of a comment, rather of an issue, is this what has been presented by Generation Kenya is a very noble direction towards helping youth and their involvement and reducing their involvement in crime, because crime goes hand in hand with unemployment. So the only thing I can say is to Generation Kenya is you can kindly partner with these organizations like these ones that entail with boy child, upholding the boy child issues to reduce unemployment, which is effective.
Thank you. And then I was given 3 minutes, 2 minutes are over. Any other one concern before we wind up? Anyone? any concern from our trainers? Yes, one trainer, then maybe just very fast, please.
Thank you. I just have one comment, though it will appear again as a question.
Yes.
Now, there is this last sentiment. You train for industry. We train. We train with industry.
In the industry.
In the industry.
For the industry.
And for the industry.
Yes.
So you are specific to a particular industry. And I want to retaliate what the PS said yesterday about a collaboration with Ekuru Bogetai as far as tea processing is concerned. Now, my concern is this. If you train with the tea processing farms, do you also provide an opportunity outside the tea processing industry for this trainee? Or he or she will only be limited to work in that particular industry? Because you look at the career progression up to the political level, somebody is an engineer, ultimately becomes the chairman of NHIF. So he gets out of his profession, occupy a different profession, and that brings a confusion. When you train for industry, can this trainee ultimately get to cross over to other industries? Thank you.
Maybe in 1 minute, if you can just conclude that one, and then we leave it there. Yes.
Pronunciations, no, prepositions, to trade with, Yes. With, what does that preposition mean? You are walking, hands in hand, That gives a room to transit, So, it is not cast on stone that because a trainee has been trained by a tea processing factory, must be employed in that factory. But you can train together with. Training in, you take literally learners there to train them. And when you train in, the high chances of that industry absorbing them is high. Training for that industry.
Thank you. I want to explain that maybe more especially in dual training, that's what we are doing. Even here in Kisii National Polytechnic nowadays, in our hospitality department, because we don't have so many workshops for hotel. So what we do, our students attend theory in college, and then practicals are done in our surrounding hotels. That one we have done it through the advice from TVET, that's Colleges Institute Canada. We are bringing it to mechanical department, where we want our trainees. Theory can be done in college. Practical, they go to the surrounding manufacturing industries. Therefore, it's possible and it can work. I want to say that is the end of our program, linking TVET graduates to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Haruna Asiago. You know, Asiago is an elder of the church. And elders of the church are never moderated. But asante sana Elder Asiago, asante sana Brother Stephen. I believe we have benefited a lot. This is what we are going to do now. It is time for break. And we are going to break for tea. The students, Madam Felista, where are you? They'll get their milk cards, I think, at the back. And then they will proceed to where they know. Our trainers will go to Capitol Hill. And then all the presenters and the guests seated here will go to this holding tent. You will follow our brother Urucho together with our judges. And then we only have 30 minutes. When we come back, it will be NEMA time. It will be NEMA time, and I guess that might be our last activity. So I will ask, where's Karo? Karo, are you, prayer ni yako, si yangu. Prayer ni ya Karo. na mutafuata huyu, hawa wageni hawa mashuhuri, mtafuata Karo.
Okay, let's pray for tea. Thank you, Lord, for this time as you are going to take our tea. We ask you to bless it. In Jesus' name I pray.
Haya, tuharakishe kidogo na tafadhali turudi. It is very, very important. Turudi kwa sababu kuna mazuri. Kuna mazuri. So as you come in, we the program that ended before break time is linking TVET graduates to the industry. Linking TVET graduates to the industry, and there were two presenters. We had Stephen M. Kangara, who was just presented. That is the Partnership Manager Generation Program Kenya. And we have his colleague George Okari, the CEO Mafundi wa Kenya. George, I guess you are present with the technical crew here, okay, and he will be more. Will be a 15 minutes presentation. Kuja mbele, musiogope hizi viti hapa. Wale wako huko nyuma hapa. Hivi. I think we are good to go. We are good to go. I hand this to our brother, Mr. Urucho.
Thank you so much, MC. And the students, I'd like you to move up front. Actually, the presenter has told me that this is really tailored and geared to you. So I'll urge you to be very attentive and keep your questions and interact with the presenter. Now, welcome to this session. And I'm proud to introduce the next speaker. And he is none other than George Okari, and is the CEO of Mafundi wa Kenya Association. And as he tells me, this is an association that is trying to bring together site workers nationally to make it professional. I'm sure he'll expound more on that. But really the crux of his talk, he wants to come and tell you what the industry wants. And I think that's the music to your ear that you want to hear. So at this moment, I won't waste much time. He's a building engineer and also trained in tools and equipment with a massive 20 years experience in all that. So help me welcome George Okari to speak to you. Let's clap for him. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Bwana Urucho, for giving me this opportunity to be able to help the students in Kisii Polytechnic to be able to understand exactly what the industry requires of them. Very many of the presenters have been able to make you understand that there is all efforts that are being made to make sure that you get into the industry. I'm here to tell you the hardest truth. The 29 years of experience that I've been in this industry will tell you black and white, as in what the industry requires of you. So like you've been told, my name is George Okari. I've been in the building industry for the 28 years, so I'm not telling you I've researched it myself. It's not researched from anywhere else. It's a practical example that I would want to share so that when you guys are training, you've seen all the triangles, you've seen all manner of things that are being drawn here and there. I want to make you understand that you have a bigger role to play for you to be able to survive in that space. It's not that time in class. It's not, there are many more other things that you require to be able to understand. So briefly, Mafundi wa Kenya Association is an organization that was formed way back in 2007. I don't know that anybody of you have heard of it. Mafundi wa Kenya Association is a professional individual membership entity building civil, electrical, and mechanical engineering sector-related skilled trades, aiming at empowering members through requisite industry demand-driven skills. I want you to underline the word demand-driven skills. So what are we saying? You've heard the last speaker talk about picking 100 people. They train them for the industry, with the industry, and in the industry. So then we ask ourselves some few questions. Now, why are people training for the industry? They're training for the industry because the industry is becoming dynamic all the time. What you're being trained in class and what is in the industry, there is a gap. So we don't know who exactly is going to fix this gap. But if I give you this story, you'll be able to realize that you're the people who must be able to be the real bigger chunk of team or group that are able to solve this problem. We have a membership of 4,000 members countrywide. We are a national body that is trying to professionalize the fundi. Sometimes very many of you, when you're in class, you want to be called engineers. You know, that's a wonderful word. It's big. Everybody's dream is to be an engineer. Why have we used this word fundi? Fundi is that it's hands-on. Once you get to the ground and you're not able to convert the engineering into the hands-on space, then I'll tell you for free that life is not going to be nice. Now, there are a few things I would really want to share so that you're able to know what is really on the ground. It is a fact that 48% of quality workmanship is controlled by the construction site workers. So sometimes you want to ask, where does the construction site workers start from? Construction site workers start from the diploma level, that is the technicians. Then we come down below, we find the foremen, we will find the masons and all those manner of people. Now, these are people that sometimes have been left out in the whole construction process because it's been left to the contractor. You know, once the contractor has been assigned work, so it's like, okay, he will organize the team to deliver. But this is what I'm trying to tell you today, that even if the contractor was given work and he is not getting the competent manpower to be able to deliver, then there comes trouble. The second thing I want you to understand is that the current Kenyan scenario is that 80 to 84% of the fundis are informally trained. And therefore, majority know how, but not why. What you people are learning in class is the why. But what these 80 to 84% of people have is the how. And I'll tell you for free that the industry is more interested in the how, and the element of why is the biggest concern. Who is in charge of the bigger why? It's the bigger consultants, the architects, the engineers, and everybody else. They've done their part. They've done the best designs and all that. But then now, the analogy I've normally used is that in the medical space, when a doctor operates a patient, he hands over this patient to the nurses and all that. But in our industry, it's the other way. The architects go to the university for 7 years. Engineers do 5, and all these kind of scenario. But the most interesting thing is that once they finish with their design, who do they hand over the drawings to? They hand over the drawings to the fundis. So it must be a national concern that whoever that is receiving the drawings must have what it takes for him to be able to convert these drawings into the exact high-level designs that have been put together. So, but when we hear that 80 to 84% of the people in the construction space are 80 to 84%, then I'm sure this must be a very big concern. Now, what does that mean? When we are hearing 80 to 84% are informally trained manpower, so the next question we want to ask the technical institution is, where are these technical trained manpower? Because now it looks like there is about 15% of the technical trained manpower in the space. It must be a concern to the government on exactly how do we move the informally trained manpower to the other level. I hope you understand. And that is the reason why I wanted students to listen to this, because many students, when they get to this space, okay, let me give you an example of the construction space. A mason, for example, you train here, you are good, you get your certificate, you grade 1. When you go to the industry, what happens? Industry kuna kipimo, tunaita kipimo. You understand what that means? In a single day, you must do 150 pieces of stone for you to be able to be accepted to be paid at the end of the day. This guy who has been in college has only done 30 running feet the whole of his 3 years in the training period. So what does that mean? When he gets into the practicality, there are challenges. And many of them, when they are not able to survive in that space, what do they do? They tell their dad, I don't think, let me have a bike for a while. I'll ride around these guys, niokote hii pesa kwanza, nikingojea, because the trainings we have had in the TVET institutions are good, but practicality has issues. And that is why we are thinking that the industry must be fully engaged for us to be able to give the kind of manpower the industry is demanding. Let's not just keep on saying we are making curriculum, we are modifying it, we are evaluating it, we are doing all manner of things. The industry, in German, they are not TVET, sorry to mention this, because it's the industry that trains, because they specifically train for their specific kind of manpower. But we don't want to say it's a bad idea, but now what are we saying? Let the TVET institutions sit with the industry for them to be able to practically produce the kind of manpower that the industry requires. So, and what that means is that we really must be concerned as students that when you're going out there, vitu kwa ground ni tofauti. And that is what I want to assure you. Now, the other bit that I want you to also get to understand is that why is Mwaka coming in place? Mwaka is coming in place in organizing. You guys are not going to survive out of this institution if you do not have a big brother to hold your hand. So we must come together nationally so that when you're moving out there, you are Mwaka member, you are professional, you must have what we call professional identity for you to survive. Because when you're talking about 80 to 84% of informally trained people, so when you get into that space, you're asking for a job. How do you identify yourself? How, it cannot be that lazima upewe kazi. So then that is when you are able to be tested on site. No, we must have a national way of identifying ourselves. So what is Mwaka's mandate? Mwaka's mandate is to influence membership employability through mobilization, organization, sensitization, assessment, training, certification, and accreditation, so as to improve the quality workmanship and a safe working environment in the building and construction industry. The building and construction industry is the most pathetic space in terms of safety. You can't fight it alone. It must be fought by all of you coming together, that when you get to the site you're looking for a job, you will have to demand for the bare minimum specifics. Sometimes because you're desperate looking for a job and you're fighting it alone, it becomes very difficult. So Mwaka is gonna be at the forefront of making sure that this happens. The mission, the vision we are looking at, to place the Kenyan apprentice craftsman or master craftsman in the world map by converting their competent skills into business development. What you're being trained is wonderful, you have the skills, but how do you convert these skills into a business development? That is where the game is. So if you're not able to make it into a business, then it becomes a very interesting scenario. Our mission is to reinstate, promote acquisition of competent skills and certification. Core values, integrity, safety. Safety, I will repeat it a million times. There is a huge problem in safety issues in the space. So we've been told many times, concentration is a big thing. Patience is huge. You must be patient for you to survive. There is the element of perfection. Perfection is now when we are talking about quality workmanship. Precision. Are we able to interpret the drawings and be able to convert whatever that we've been given to be able to deliver the kind of projects that we are looking at? Oh, you're not sliding? Okay. Now, construction trades, the members that we are looking at, we have been able to look at building, civil, electrical, and mechanical. So who are we looking for in building? We are looking at masons, aluminium, steel fixing, carpentry, welding, tiling, glazing, roofing, painting, interior decoration. In civil works, we look at the guys who are doing cabro, earthworks, equipment operation, road furniture, road marking, and landscaping. Electrical, we are looking at domestic installation, commercial installation, electronic, and then commercial installation and electronics. Security and data installation, solar installation. So in the mechanical part, we are looking at plumbing installation, biodigester, solar, health, ventilation, and air conditioning. So maybe there is the question you would ask, what is the really objective of Mwaka in terms of taking the construction site workers to the next level? When I call you construction site workers, it's a wide name. We are using construction site workers because I've told you the list of who we are talking about. It starts from the diploma level down to the grade. There's some element of confusion again in our system whereby there are these people who are trained for certificate, there are these people trained for grade, there are these people who are trained all these manner of things. It's also a big confusion for the industry. Like when the industry wants to engage somebody, sometimes they are not sure whether it's the grade 1, the grade 2, the certificate, the diploma, and the like. So the roles and responsibilities also we are challenging the institutions to be able to prepare the students on their roles. What is expected of you outside there? Don't just come with the certificate, come there with understanding that the role you're going to play in that space is going to be these specifics. So the objectives of Mwaka are professional identity. If the construction site workers are not going to regard themselves as professionals, then it's going to become a challenge. You must accept to operate as professionals. Promoting competency-based education and training. Competency-based, underline that word, because competence is what is going to make you survive. If you're not competent, I will tell you this for free, it's going to be very difficult for you to survive in that space. Promoting recognition of learning and upskilling, certification, and accreditation. Now, this recognition of prior learning is one thing we are asking the government to be very, very serious about. What do we mean by this? When we are talking about 80% of informal workers, we need the government to come up with a common assessment tool to be able now to confirm what is the status of our skills as it is. Before they review the curriculum, before they do whatever they are doing, how are we able to have what we call the common assessment tool for the skills as they are? Then from there, we are able now to rank people so that we are able to know. And once we have the status of the skills that are in the market, then we are able now to sit with the industry and all stakeholders who need the kind of skills that we have for the purposes of now talk about review and any other story. That way you'll be talking about curriculum stories. So recognition of prior learning, I'll give you an example. Somebody came to the site as a mason. He has been able to work, alikuja kama mtu wa mkono. He's a mason, then after that he becomes a foreman. He's been able to supervise flats up to about 10 floors. But what does the education system say? This guy must go and start his education from grade 3. Okay? We have helped quite a number of these informally trained fundis to be able to book exams, and they pass all of them. But then if we came up with a common assessment tool, It will help people be ranked as they are. Let's agree we are going to talk about the entry is going to be 3-star or something. So from there now we be able to talk about skills. And then these skills must be benchmarked with something. We cannot talk about skills if we are not benchmarking with Germany or any other person. Benchmarking is one thing the government must also be able to make us say. Like we are saying now we want our guys to go to Germany. But I'll tell you for free that the level and competencies of the skills in German are way beyond. But what we are saying is, for me, my proposal to the government and everybody else, common assessment tool must be an immediate thing that the government must be able to think about. We are also talking about influencing policies through organized advocacy. I'm telling you today, nobody is going to stand out there and talk about your lives if it's not you getting organized to come together and do the advocacy to change the policies that are able to help you. So Mwaka is your own house where all the construction site workers must come together, form a national body for you to be able to advocate and influence whatever policies that are affecting your survival. Promote membership welfare, conflict resolution, arbitration, discipline, and social protection. It's something that you must come together to be able to do. Enhance awareness of industry regulations. How many of us know what regulations are in this space where all of you are graduating to get to? Escalating research findings, knowledge, and innovation to members emerging technologies. The industry is so dynamic. It's moving so fast. What you are learning in this class, by the end of 3 years, I'll tell you for free, new technologies have emerged. And we don't know how quick the institutions are also doing the same. We are also very concerned about standardization and self-regulations. You must have your own regulation as people who are professionals in that space. Standardization is, I'll tell you, like for the fundis, the biggest role that you have to play is quality and quantity control. That is the biggest portion. If you're able to control quality and control, you survive in the space. If you're not able to balance those nicely, then it becomes a challenge to be able to get into the industry. To encourage formation of sector cooperative services. It's a big story. Sector service cooperatives. Why sector service cooperatives need to be formed is a thing I would want to explain a bit, and you'll be shocked what that will mean to our country. An association is a non-profit making organization. Sustainability of associations is a very complicated story. That is where when we tell you we started in 2007, and maybe you are not aware of it and all that, it's sustainability. You're not allowed to do business. So in 2016, I'll tell you today that a USAID organization that came from the US told us, hey, you guys can be able to come together and form what we call worker or service cooperative. And a worker or service cooperative, what it's going to mean to this country is now the young people going to create the jobs by themselves. How do they do that? They come together in a service cooperative. They are now forming a construction industry by all of them having shares. Plumbers, electrical, masonry, and all that. You come together. You know, a cooperative is a limited company. So what does the limited company do? It allows you to trade. Now you're able to bring your businesses together, your services together, and offer them directly to the clients. And now you're indirectly becoming the contractors. So that now makes you get to compete in the industry in a more competitive way. So if I will not forget, I'll tell you, we have formed the first worker cooperative in Kenya called Funditech Service Cooperative. If you have time, you can get to the website, look at what it's doing. We are now getting contracts. We would want in Kisii, if we are able to have an opportunity to sit with the governor, we organize the young people, give them this cooperative organization so that they are able now to be given the jobs directly. It's another story. I would not want to get into it now. To encourage, to promote production, verification, and sales of genuine products. When you people come out there, you are the ones who are supposed to understand the genuineness of the products that are being sold in the space where you are. So you need also to be trained on how to be able to assist the industry to be able to move to another level. How is Mwaka structured? Mwaka is structured in a way that we are from the national level. We come to the county levels, we go to the constituency levels, then down up to the ward level. That's the only thing. That's how we are going to survive. Do we have data in every corner of this country? We cannot be, it's an opportunity today. The government has come up with the affordable housing, for example. But who is mobilizing? If you are not a member, if Mwaka was in Kisii today, we are able to be sure that we have 5,000 members of the construction site workers in Kisii. So when the affordable housing lands here, it's easier to be able to follow up on how many people got engaged and how many projects are in this, because like the county approves all the plans. So we are able to look at the projects and be able to relate it with the number of workers that are on the ground. So that is why Mwaka is a national body that is going to link up all the construction site workers from the grassroots upwards. So it's not up, down. What are the opportunities that you'll benefit from? You've seen the circles being drawn all the time. It's like the circles that are being drawn are only showing you how you become part of the bigger circles. But we want you to form the bigger circle. You get what I mean? What opportunities will you have if you nationally got organized? You can be able to you have opportunities of working for the contractors. There are developers who have decided to do jobs without engaging contractors, so they can easily directly engage you. Now, the digital space has started creating apps where fundis are being picked. So when you are put in that app, you must be a member of a professional body. I've talked about Funditech Service Corp. Funditech Service Corp will only engage you on their sites if you are a member of the professional body. Now, regional and global jobs. You've heard how young people are being conned about there are a lot of jobs outside there. But who is organizing you people? I mean, can these agencies be able to make reference to a professional organization that when one of us goes, we can even follow up whether these 10 fundis or these construction workers who went to these particular areas, they are there and we are able to get and follow up and get to understand how it's going. Now, when we are talking about also the issues of training and upskilling, it's been talked all the time. We are told upskill. We are told train, but what exactly are we training on and what are we upscaling? So, and that is why I'm saying, assessing the tools, assessing the skills as they are in this country must be the first thing so that we are able now to start talking about upskilling and training depending on the need and the state of the skill in our country. Attachment and internship. All the time when you are leaving Kisii Polytechnic, you are told if you don't come here with an attachment, I'll tell you many of them have faked it. They just do their things. I mean, you're desperate. Mwalimu unajua usiporudisha hii form kama haijajazwa. Very many of you have not been attached. Many of you have not been, internships have not worked. There are no clear systems how you're being attached. And you cannot do it alone. You need a body. You need somewhere where somebody understands your language. And it's you people to form that body. Nobody else is going to form it for you. It's you people to form it. Then we are also talking about networking and mentorship programs. Steve has said they have programs where they are assisting. But who is the mobilizer? How are they getting the people? You can't go to the market and say, where are the fundis? You know, it's interesting. What most of the corporate companies, like the manufacturers, are doing, they'll only go to the hardwares and say, tutafutie mafundi hapa tunataka kuwafundisha. But are they really training them? They are marketing their products. Those are things many of us don't know. So when Mwaka becomes the mobilizer, anybody else who is looking for the construction site workers, it becomes easier, it becomes an easier portal. Then we are able to benefit from all those opportunities. You can benefit once you get organized and come together. Now, I still go back to the government. The government has a lot. Do you know how many departments relate with building and construction? Key sensitization policy subject matters that the government really needs to educate people on. Number one is insurance, occupational safety and health. It's a whole agency in the government. How are we educating our people? Who is mobilizing? How are we getting to the people? There is National Construction Development Policy. This is the docket for NCA. NCA is doing what they are doing. NCA, they are doing what they are doing, and there are many other stories around them that are not very good for you, and they are good for you. But if you got organized, you'll have a common way to deal with them, because they will be able to have an organization to deal with them other than dealing with you individually. Because today, they are talking about accreditation. And I'm in an institution and really want it defined. The Kenyan National Construction Authority is offering accreditation cards to construction site workers. Help me, the technical teachers. How does NCA accredit workers? It's a topic for another day, because you are the trainers, you accredit. I mean, these policies are very clear. But when now NCA starts threatening the fundis on site, accreditation and all that, it's a good thing. But if we have now the national body that we'll sit with them and be able to ask them these questions directly. Recognition of prior learning, I don't want to insist. KNQA was meant to go around it. When we went to them, they told us go to NITA. NITA is the only organization that has been accepted to do that. But government, once the money and all that is not there, they will either push it or they don't push it. We have the Kenya National Social Protection Policy. You must be protected. There is insurance, there are all manner of things that you people need to do. But it's a whole department in the government that is not able to reach us to be able to explain to us how we are able to benefit out of that. National Cooperative Development Policy. I've talked about how the young people will come together, form service or worker cooperative for them to be able to move out of the employment mind to self-employment. Employability locally, regionally, and globally. We are only hearing that you can go out there and work. But how are we being sensitized on the real procedure of going out to work outside there? There are government agencies that are required. But now, once we come together, we are definitely easily be able to go to these agencies for purposes of understanding how do you move from a region, local, and moving to global space. National Skill Development Policy. That is where the whole big story is. How are we developing our skills? Is it something that all of us understand, or it's a one-off piece of thing that we hear? Now, the last one is the role of construction site workers on quality workmanship. I'm telling you, an architect, an engineer, and anybody else cannot control a building from coming down. The only person who can save a building from collapsing is the construction site worker. So he must be empowered and be made to understand that the role he plays in the construction space must be well defined. So that when the client tells you that, badala ya kuweka hii D10, D12, let's do 12. Hata ile nyumba si muliona tuliweka na ikasurvive. The client wants to make a saving. The construction workers cannot afford to become part of that mess of the greedy clients who want a house, they want to rent a house. You cannot be part of that process. But once we have 80 to 84% of the informal trained manpower in the space, what do you expect? Fundis, construction site workers are reducing themselves to the daily earning. That's not what should bring you to the industry. If you're coming for that daily earning, I'll tell you for free, it's not going to become easy. So who are we looking at in terms of partnerships? With national and county governments, we are looking at manufacturers. We look at professional bodies like, are you seeing all those letters there? The guys who are in the building and civil space, do we know all those bodies? Kenya Federation of Master Builders, Kenya Association of Building and Civil, RASECA is the one for roads, AAK is Architectural Association of Kenya, ACMK is Association of Construction project managers. IAK is for the engineers. IAT is for the diploma holders, institution of of the technicians and technologists. KPDA is for the developers, and then we also have Funditech. So all these organizations, do you know them? When you're going out there, do you have an idea? Relevant authorities like NCA, TVETA, NITA, KNQA, KURA, KERA, KENA, JBCC. Do we understand this language? Stephen talked about language. Do we understand the industry language? This is the industry language. IT management systems. How are we building IT systems to be able now to have all these data be moved together much faster? So partnerships on. I'll repeat this and say recognition, mobilization, sensitization, and organization. Training, welfare schemes, social protection, recognition of prior learning.
7 more minutes.
Thank you. In fact, I'm just, so I have 7 more, I'm done. So I will want to give you a small story because I have 7 minutes so that I'm able to wrap it up.
Including for questions?
Yeah, okay. The small story I'll tell you, I'm a practical person in the building and construction industry. I was a student in Kisii High School. That's where I started my school. I was in we had 3 subjects that were optional: carpentry, metalwork, and agriculture. I did carpentry. By the time I finished Form 4, I was among the top guys in carpentry. But you know, I could not imagine of becoming a carpenter. I could not, I mean, how? If I knew that a carpenter would easily grow to become a furniture palace. Do you guys know furniture palace? These big guys who sell furniture. I would be one of the billionaires in this country because I would have started a small workshop, get my tools, grow, engage people, and own a furniture palace to sell the most expensive furniture in this country. Did I do that? I didn't. What did I do? I moved, went for the A-levels, did my exams, and I was like, I want to become a doctor. When it got to that exam and we had a very interesting system, I missed it. So I had to go for engineering. It's like, okay, now what is this engineering? So after I went to the engineering space. Where did I go? I went to an institution called Kenya Polytechnic. Mnanisikia? Nilikuwa wapi? Hii institution wakati nilikuwa napanda na box nikienda KCI ilikuwa Gusii Institute of what, you know? It was, you get. What am I telling you guys? The only way you're going to survive, the hands-on skills is where the game is. Don't be cheated. If you get it right in hands-on, your life will never be the same again. The worst thing is that in our technical training systems, we have been trained to become bosses on sites. The diploma guys have the biggest challenge. Can I tell you how? You find a diploma guy with his papers, he walks you onto a site that has already started and he says, hey, ninatafuta kazi, umefanya nini? I have a diploma in civil. You know, diploma is supervisory. Are you right? You get what it means? Is there a project that starts without a supervisory team? Tell me yes. No. So it's a very competitive space. And none of the diploma guys or these guys who trained in the TVET institutions want to come and start kama mtu wa mkono. Kuja ujikoroge hapo chini. Koroga hapo. Ndio uanze kuonyesha watu makaratasi. You know. But if you're coming in to come and supervise a project, surely when you have just come from Kisii Polytechnic and you want to project a project of 100 million, you want that job there spared for you, it's not easy. What I'll advise you is that you will have to start from a lower level. And I think Steve said that there is that element of starting low for you to be able to grow. It's not a bed of roses. You are so many, and it's extremely competitive. With those few remarks, I would really want to give it back to Orucho to be able to allow me be asked a question so that I'm able to answer. I hope I used my time well.
Thank you very much, George. I will appreciate him properly after he reacts, but yeah. So as he said, This session was really geared towards the students, and I'll invite your reactions and questions to the speaker. Anyone? Mainly the trainees. Trainees. Unaniangalia tu?
Mko ready, eh?
Ama hatuna mafundi hapa? Mafundi muko, by show of hands. All those areas is talked about. Only one. So, tuko na nani hapa? Wa hospitality ndio wako?
So I think maybe I've addressed whatever. But okay, the word fundi for most of us, they feel like it's a lower
how
name.
many engineers do you have in the house?
How many engineers do we have in the house? By show of hands, how many engineers do you have in the house?
Okay, engineers, questions.
Yeah. So engineers, can you ask a question?
Yes. The first engineer. Welcome.
Okay, good morning all. My question was, if you are an engineer and you are under a credential of a Mwaka, what happens when you maybe get sacked from the job? How do you go about helping this engineer or someone who is working?
Okay. Now, Mwaka does not register engineers as in per se. That's a good question to ask. We have the fundis. We have honorary members. Honorary members are people who like this idea, and they come to do it. And we have corporates. An institution like this would like an idea, and they would want to partner with us. Okay, everybody's dream is just protection. So those are the advocacy spaces that once you become a member, we are able to help in whichever way, because you've talked about arbitration, we are also helping out in solving the problem. You might also be the cause of the sacking. So we only don't come to protect, we will arbitrate. Thank you.
Any other student? Before I give some space for the trainers. Trainers in that field? None. So at that point then, if there's none, I'll want to call upon Annette Mseve to help us appreciate the speaker as he takes his seat. Annette. I'm not so good in that. Actually, I forgot the other time, so I'd rather give the people who really know it.
Thank you. I'm a fundi.
Welcome.
In automotive. So I hope I've seen that student who talked is a fundi of mine. So I hope they have gotten the idea of Mwaka and what it does. So thank you. So we'll appreciate our guests with 5 factorials. 5 factorials means we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Okay? Are we ready? Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette, and thank you very much, George Okari. Back to the MC.
Thank you, my brother Rucho, and our presenter, I think is it Nyasani, I guess? Yes. Thank you very much. I guess it was very insightful. We want to welcome the Climate Change Action Team, and they are actually a team. They will be seated here so that one of them will present, and then thereafter we shall have some discussion. But before we do that, there is a team there. If you turn your heads back, there's a team there inasema taarabu. At least we have something. 5 minutes. Where are you guys? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. They are students of Kisii National Poly. They are not from Coast, but they are giving us a taste of Coast culture. Coastarians, simje. I'm giving you to the count of 10, and if you are not coming, ninawatoa kwa laini. Thank you, wamekuja. 5 minutes. Yes. Wengine waendelee kuingia so that you have your stuff here. Okay. Okay. So our climate change team to be ready. Here we go. I also want to do this stuff that they do on here. I saw people with videos. Why are you taking videos? You'll tell me where you're taking those things. Thank you very much, the Coastal team. That is a production of Dennis and Demo. That is their director. He's the director CCA in here. Now, allow me to welcome, after that short entertainment, allow me to welcome the climate team up front here. I think there are 4, if I'm not, yes, there are 3. They will have the privilege of sitting here in front. Let's have the mics. And Engineer Wesley, you will lead if there are any questions from the panel, from the crowd, you will lead that. So, welcome.
Good afternoon. We'll start with a round of introduction. I will start right away. My name is Simon Tanui. I work in Kisii County as the County Director of Environment and working for NEMA. On my right, I'll also hand over the mic so that she can introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you happy? Is it too hot? I think it suddenly got very hot after the entertainment. My name is Anne Omoyo. I'm the director in charge of climate change from the county government of Kisii, and I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to interact with our youths who are here and to also provide directions or solutions towards sustainable development in terms of innovations and climate action for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
And on my left, I want to have the Daktari introducing himself and later on taking on the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I am Omwenga Jasper. I work at the headquarters, NEMA headquarters, as a principal environmental research officer, and principal environmental research and a climate change officer. To start us off, I had prepared some small presentation that will later lead us to some discussion, because I know not everyone knows what climate change is, or do we assume that everyone knows what we are talking about and what NEMA is? So just a few minutes to tell you what NEMA is, to bring everyone on same level. So that is my name, and that is the topic we were given. Although from these other discussions that we've had, I felt like should be something like the role of maybe TVETs in addressing climate change. But this, I hope, would also drive the point home. So first of all, everyone knows NEMA, what NEMA is. NEMA is the National Environment Management Authority. And so we deal with, we exercise general supervision and the coordination over all matters that relate to the environment. It is a state corporation, it is a national body, it is a state corporation. And so that is our dream. We want to be a world-class environmental management authority. Already in Africa, we are an authority. We have received that recognition. Despite the challenges that we are facing in the environment sector, we have achieved. We are known in Africa. And so our mission is to ensure that you live in a clean and healthy environment. So in the climate change space, these are the things that we do. According to the Climate Change Act of 2016, we have an Act of Parliament that was passed in 2016. We are supposed to monitor, investigate, and report on all the assigned duties. Duties assigned to public and private entities. Kisii National Polytechnic can be given a duty to play in the climate change space. So we do that, we monitor, then we report, we investigate, and then we report back to the president's team. We have what we call the Climate Change Council, chaired by the president. We are also supposed to ensure that climate change matters are mainstreamed in all sectors of the economy. Then we have what we call the Clean Development Mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol, where various groups, individuals can come up with an idea that will lead to reduction of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. I'll be talking about the greenhouse gases later. So NEMA has been and is still a clearinghouse. We receive proposals and then we see whether they meet the threshold before they are funded under that Kyoto Protocol arrangement. And then we also administer what we call the Adaptation Fund. Later I'll be talking about how to address climate change challenges. There is mitigation and adaptation. So on behalf of the Adaptation Fund, which is a global body, NEMA clears also projects, clears proposals for funding. Currently, we are working in the arid and semi-arid areas, and so the proposals that come, they are funded, and then there is also the GEF, Global Environment Facility, that is another fund. We also are a clearinghouse in that. Now, this one, they're important. I know we are in a Kisii National Polytechnic, where later we'll be talking about technology and climate change, how you can participate, and where do you get these funds to address such things. So GEF fund, we also administer that. And then there is what we call the environment and social safeguards. NEMA ensures that those ones are in place. Various projects, programs, etc., they meet or they have those environmental social safeguards. Then we also license a number of players in the waste sector, in various sectors. Our colleague was talking about those stakeholders that you work with. I didn't see NEMA. If you are in the construction industry and you've not met our colleagues, we work with them closely in the construction sector. So in that list, update it and let NEMA be there. Enforcement of those regulations that are there under the Act, and then we have that Climate Change Act that we enforce. It has several things, but when it comes to enforcement, NEMA is the one that does it. So climate change, you've heard it, everybody talks about climate change, and that this climate change is affecting the economy, and more so agriculture, because we depend on rains. If it has not rained, we have no food. Our animals are not safe. So our economy, all sectors of the economy are susceptible to climate change and variability. Nowadays, you can't say when it's raining, when it's gonna be dry, etc. So we are susceptible to this climate change. Now, in Kenya, from 1960 to 2003, the temperatures, scientists, we have an international panel of climate scientists. They've taken data for a long time, from 1960 to 2003, and they realized that the temperatures have gone up by 1 degree. That one has very serious implications. In the dry areas, where you hear animals are dying, people are dying, scientists have said that it has gone up by 1.5. Now, this is a problem that we have, not only in Kenya, it is everywhere. Now, the climate change matters are governed globally by a body we call the UNFCCC, UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Under that, we've had 2 agreements. There is what we call the Kyoto Protocol. They met in Kyoto and agreed on some matters. This climate is going to affect mankind. We are driving ourselves to extinction. So they met in Kyoto, they came up with the Kyoto Protocol, and they made some agreements. Then there is another agreement that was done in Paris, 2015. And then they made also, they updated whatever they agreed. Okay, the first one, the Kyoto, was that they were saying it is you Western countries, it is you America, it is you Japan that is responsible for this climate change. So there wasn't much that was left for developing countries. In the Paris Agreement later, they realized that everybody, every organization has a role to play. So under that Paris Agreement, now countries were, which we call parties, they were told to come up with commitments which can, to make commitments towards reducing the temperature rises. Temperature rises, what is causing them mainly is the greenhouse gases. I'll be mentioning what the greenhouse gases. It's not that they are green. These are gases like carbon dioxide, gases like the oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur. We have methane, those ones. We have others there. So each and every party has a role to play. And they were asked to make commitments, nationally determined contributions. And then they submitted this to this umbrella body of UNFCCC. We did the first one in 2015, Kenya, then an updated one in 2020. So, national determined contribution. Me, Kenya, I want to reduce my emissions by this amount. Uganda does the same. All countries did the same. All parties did the same. So, that is, next slide. So, especially the next, in the agriculture sector, We are saying that we can no longer predict the rains, even here in Kisii. We are unable to predict the rain so that we can do the necessary. And then they are saying that this one is likely to continue in 2023, it's likely to continue in 2024, and in the future, if something is not, if no action is taken. Now, the next slide tells us that those are the countries, the leading countries in producing greenhouse gases, the gases that are contributing to climate change. Now, the leading that you are seeing there is the United States of America, that has the sources of these greenhouse gases being fossil fuels and on land management issues. So those are the areas that are producing a lot of these gases. Now, are you seeing Africa and country from Africa? Which one is that? South Africa. Now, of all those countries that we are seeing there, how many top what? Now, we are seeing only. It tells us that Africa, we are contributing not much. We are contributing, you know, when they take stock of the sources of these greenhouse gases, the leading countries are those developed countries. Africa, we are contributing less than 4%. But now, it has been found that despite the fact that it is those developed countries producing a lot of these greenhouse gases, they don't suffer much. They don't suffer much due to the effects of climate change. It is Africa and most developing countries that are suffering much. When you hear of droughts, when you hear of tsunamis, those guys are able to deploy their resources, their technologies, you know, their finances, very fast people are saved. The same problem happens in developing countries of the same magnitude. We have a disaster. So we contribute very little, but suffer much due to the effects of climate change. Now, why Africa? Okay, those are just some manifestations of climate change, the things that happen in Africa. You've had the worst droughts in the Horn of Africa, including Kenya. They just ended, you know, a drought. Did it end? I don't know. Most places in Kenya are still dry. Livestock deaths, high mortality, human now deaths, food insecurity, which are up to now, resource conflicts. Most of them, it's because of climate change related problems. What we are seeing even in those arid and semi-arid areas. Why we continue to suffer is that we have a very low adaptive capacity. Because of we have extreme poverty and the shortage of financial resources. Now, technological gaps or challenges is another problem that we have. I said those developed countries, they deploy their resources, technology very fast, and the people, they avert deaths. Now, we have conflicts. We have low literacy in these developing countries, including ours, and then governance challenges. I'm avoiding to use the term misuse of resources. We talk a lot about environment, but when you know, okay, I want to say that we have challenges related with the way we handle some of these issues, and so that is where they become more and more severe. Now, I talked about greenhouse gases, causes of climate change. Now, I talked about the greenhouse gases which are produced. Now, this is normally how we report. Every country, it reports the sources of these greenhouse gases. Those are the gases that now contribute mostly to, and they come from our activities. When we report about greenhouse gases, the sources are those we report, those ones which come from the energy sector, industry and product use. There is land use change, forestry. Then we have waste, industrial processes, and then we also have the agriculture sector. Now, the yellow bit there that you are seeing is the largest contributor of greenhouse gases. And that one is which one? Agriculture. Agriculture, when we do this, it is measured. We have been given methodologies on how to measure the sources of this. And the scientists have said where we are facing all these problems, it is because of these greenhouse gases. So those are the sources, including agriculture now, the livestock that we keep, including the tillage, farming methods, etc. Now, the greenhouse gases per year, how that is the trend that we started, when they started measuring, the levels were down there. Of course, measurement technologies also, they were not very much developed. But now, in 2021, you are seeing what we are producing. And the graph continues to rise because of development, whatever we are doing in those sectors, whatever we are doing in agriculture, in under land use, and those other areas which I mentioned there. So, we talk of sustainable development. And we have said that climate change is affecting all sectors. Agriculture, you've seen what is happening. Transport, you've seen bridges coming down. Roads, Narok, at one point you heard that there was a huge crack there. Those are the effects of climate change. And we are talking of development, sustainable development. We develop now for our benefit, at the same time caring for the future generations so that they can also be able to benefit. If we continue the way we are doing things in all these sectors, we are not likely to achieve what we call sustainable development. And sustainable development means we are driving ourselves to extinction. So if that graph continues that way. So next graph, same thing I think that I've talked about, the contribution of greenhouse gases. Now, this being a problem, climate change, how are we supposed to respond to this problem of climate change? It is only by two ways to deal with climate change. One is what we call mitigation. Under mitigation, we are saying that the greenhouse gases, we either capture those greenhouse gases, we remove them, we suck them out of the atmosphere, or we reduce the rate at which we are producing them to the atmosphere. We have methodologies of removing some of these gases, but they are very expensive. But what is practically possible is reducing the amounts, the quantities that we are producing to the atmosphere. Now, in Africa, what we are supposed to do, our main aim is that we are really suffering due to the impacts of climate change. And climate change is here. It is not going to change anytime soon. Even if we put everything in place now, the damage that is already done, the state where we can't just fix it within just a day. So when we have that problem with us, the issue is we need to learn how to live with it, to cope with it, so that it doesn't continue causing a lot of problems. And so we are saying we have to adapt. So under adaptation, those are some of the things that we need to do, like in agriculture, selection of stress-resistant varieties, lowering down climate disaster losses with intensive field management. These are just some measures, but what we are saying is that we need to recognize that this problem is with us, and so we do things differently. Now, for you to achieve, to do any of those two, we need means of implementation, means of mitigation, means of adapting. So here we are talking about things like technology coming in. We need things like capacity building coming in. we need the much needed finances, resources, financial resources to do all the two that we are talking about. So Kenya, what has Kenya done? Now we've been able as a country to put measures in place, and so those are some of the measures that Kenya has become a signatory to that umbrella body of climate change. Whatever we agree there, we have to do them, we have to implement them in Kenya. It's a member, it's a signatory to that Kyoto Protocol, signatory to the Paris Agreement. Kenya developed what we call National Climate Response Strategy, how we are going to approach this issue of climate change. Later, we developed a National Climate Change Action Plan, things that you are seeing at the moment, the irrigation schemes that you hear elsewhere, the dams, most of them solar projects, wind projects. Those are some of the things which are in those National Climate Change Action Plans. Then we also did a commitment in 2015, and we made it to UNFCCC, that we are going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by that year, 2030. They did a calculation, Kenya produces this amount of greenhouse gases. Then we committed ourselves to reducing the emission of these gases by 30%. That was in 2015. Now, later, they realized that the commitment that have been done by countries, they are not enough. Still the temperatures are increasing, and so they are a problem to us. So countries were called to revise their commitments. In 2020, most countries submitted a revised, or what we've called updated commitments. So Kenya committed itself to reducing these greenhouse gas emissions by 32%. 32%, sio kidogo, it's a lot. So those are some of the things. We have another National Climate Change Action Plan, 2018-2022. Now we are working on the third one, that is climate, that runs from 2023 to 2027. Now it will be launched during the Africa Climate Summit that will take place in Nairobi. Most of these things, we are on track. We also measure ourselves whether we are implementing them or not. Anything that will lead to reduced greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, and also any project that we can come up with that enhances our resilience to effects of climate change. All of them, they are contained there. Now, it requires a lot. The government cannot manage to give us money to do all these things. These things have been costed. You've seen things like solar projects, things like wind power, hydro projects, geothermal, you've heard of geothermal projects, those ones in Naivasha. That is one of the projects I'll be talking about that now contributes to mitigation. So we are saying that is the government, which doesn't have enough. We need to look elsewhere so that we can get this money. One of them we are talking about is other friendly countries through bilateral and multilateral arrangements, and also looking at international financing organizations. So those are the categories of finances which can be accessed not only by the government we are talking about, which can also be accessed by institutions, including this institution. That's the classification. Next slide. I'll be talking about carbon as a way of raising, carbon markets, as a way of raising that money to finance some of those technological innovations. So let me talk about this carbon pricing. You've heard about carbon markets, that we've been borrowing a lot of money through loans. Besides that, Kenya can participate in these carbon markets, and we earn a lot. Already, we have organizations which are trading in carbon. Now, we'll see how trading in carbon works later. A carbon credit. Now, you trade this market, you deal with what we call a carbon credit. You generate a carbon credit that you are able now to sell to another country. So, this carbon credit is also called a certified, that's another language for it, a certified emission reduction, an emission reduction unit, a verified emission reduction. So those are the same. Now, each carbon credit has a monetary value. If you generate it, it has a monetary value depending on the type and origin of the emission reduction produced. We have quality emission reductions. Well, the other one is, I don't know. But we have those ones which are ranked higher than others. So depending on the type. They just go to a market just like our tea that goes to Mombasa. Depending on the quality, one says, I'll buy this one at this figure. So now back. A carbon credit is a financial instrument which represents 1 metric ton of carbon pollution. 1 metric ton. If you are able to avoid the release of 1 metric ton of this carbon, then you generate carbon credit. You've seen the GCOs being sold, like the energy saving GCOs, the one that you see outside Equity. That's where I've seen it in Kisii. I've seen it in supermarkets. Now, the opposite of that is what we used to use, the metallic GCOs. The one that you use in the whole house becomes very hot. Because of that, you're losing a lot of energy. So technology, guys. Now, I think it's because of technology that we're able now to invent this other one. So in the metallic one, we're using a lot of charcoal. This other one, we use little. So there is the amount of carbon that is not released to the atmosphere because of that technological innovation. So then several GCOs put together, they are able to generate some carbon credits. So if that one is done, those ones can be taken to the market, carbon market, and then they earn us money. So that is how it works. What changes hands in carbon trading is the right for industries to emit certain volume of CO2, putting price cap, you know, those. Now, there are some countries where they've been given emission caps. You can only produce this up to this amount of greenhouse gases. Beyond there, then they have conditions. So those are the countries now that buy these carbon credits so that they can meet that particular condition. Well, it needs some form of explanation, but then that is how it happens. Carbon credits are traded in what is essentially a financial market. I think that's important if we are to move to the next level, now the graph. Assume we have our GCO, the metallic GCO. Metallic GCO, you know, if you put one tin of charcoal, another one, you know, it continues going that way. So that is what we call a business as usual, when we are not doing anything, any form of mitigation action. Now, if we come up with an improved GCO, and then, you know, you'll find that the emissions will now reduce. They will reduce this way because of now we are using some kind of equipment, we are using some kind of technology that now reduces the emissions. Now, this gap that we are seeing there is what we call a net carbon benefit, which can be converted into a carbon credit and then be traded. Now, people ask about if I plant trees in my own farm, can it give me, or can I qualify for carbon credits? Now, these are the conditions. Any project that you come up with, those are the conditions. Proof of additionality, that the emission reductions and the core benefits to the community from the project are new not something that has been existing. They are new, they are real and additional. Then that is it meets that additionality condition. Leakage, that the project does not transfer the threat. Like, I want to clear this forest here so that I start a project. You know, in the process of clearing, you know, you are spoiling the carbon sinks, things that capture this carbon. So you are clearing so that you start another one. No, that one is not recommended. Permanency, there's trees. Are you planting these trees so that they can be there for the next 100 years to capture this carbon? Or you are planting them for the purpose of harvesting them after 15 years? Yeah, like the fast growing eucalyptus. Yeah, we harvest it after around 10 years, something like that. So it doesn't qualify. Equity, the project does not lead to any adverse impacts to the local communities. That you want to start something in maybe some Maasai land there where, you know, people have been depending on for their livelihoods. So that one does it. And then monitoring, reporting, and verification. What you do has to be measured so that we really say this is what you've done, and so it can be quantified. So those are the stages of developing a carbon project. You'll get them from the slides. So those are the stages. It takes some bit of time for any project to be registered, to be recognized, and then it starts now generating money. So those are the, so that is even this other one, that is the same thing. We move to the next. Now these are some of the carbon projects. The projects in Kenya that are earning money. People are making money. Now, the projects we have, it has to be verified, any project. We have registries where these projects are registered such that you cannot even duplicate the other project. Now, there are projects registered under the Clean Development Mechanism. We have 20 projects. Then those ones which are registered under the gold standard, these are verifiers. You know, we have various verifiers, recognized verifiers, who really say that this project is indeed generating carbon credits. These are in Kenya, 53 registered projects under the gold standard. Verified carbon, we have 20 registered. Under Plan Vivo, we have 1 and other 2 projects which are planned. Then in East Africa, we have those ones which fall under afforestation, water purification, hydroelectric projects. We have reforestation. We have the stoves, our GECOs, geothermal electricity, the Olkaria, and what we are doing in Menengai, then dams and also wind. Those projects are in Kenya. Next, those under, we have in East Africa again, those are some under 295 projects under VCM, voluntary carbon markets, gold standard, those ones, under Vera standard, all those projects. What I'm trying to say, we have various projects in Kenya, carbon market is real. Then, now, carbon markets operates under that what we call Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We talked about Paris Agreement that was signed in 2015. Now there is Article 6, Section 6, that regulates the carbon market, that lays ground for the trading in carbon. So those are, in Kenya, have we started anything? We are Article 6, piloting and readiness. There is what we call an arrangement between Kenya and Japan. Japan joint crediting mechanism in Kenya and Ethiopia since 2013. So far, the agreement has not of now selling these carbon credits. It's now they are being put in place. So World Bank is piloting another project called the Standard Crediting Framework with one pilot project in Rwanda, and it's rolling to Kenya. So those are some of the things. COSIA, under COSIA, this is aviation. The airplanes that we use, air transport, they have to use this fuel. But then they also can we say they are guilty of what they are doing, releasing a lot of greenhouse gases. Now there is something they are doing so that it can compensate for the amount of greenhouse gases. They are entering into some partnership like planting of trees, indigenous forests, which can absorb these greenhouse gases. So the Constitution of Kenya provides for a clean and healthy environment. Kenya has ratified that UNFCCC, Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. So that's where Kenya we are. Now Kenya has developed the National Policy on Climate Change 2022. Now there is this, Kenya is developing a national carbon markets framework that will guide carbon markets. Now you'll find that the environment under which this carbon trading is being done in Kenya, the rules, it's like the government that is not really involved in it. You find a farm coming from elsewhere, making its own arrangements with some community forest association somewhere. We want to start a carbon project, so they are dealing with them direct. Government is not getting revenue, and so they want, at the moment, the government is trying to regulate this carbon market, and so that is what we mean there. Thank you for listening. Many other things we'll discuss as we, in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I don't know whether you have used the scientific jargons so that some of us may not have understood. There is this frequently asked questions. One is that people don't understand why we are using greenhouse to name these gases. And I have been asked this question several times wherever I have been able to explain about the climate change. I don't know whether we are part of those who can ask such a question. We have said greenhouse gases includes the oxides of sulfur, oxides of carbon, oxides of nitrogen. It includes ozone. And those are what we call greenhouse gases. I want to use the illustration of this tent. I want us to take this tent as a greenhouse structure. You know what greenhouse is, eh? I'm sure most of us must have gone to a greenhouse agricultural structure where you have some covering to change, or rather to manipulate the temperatures and the moisture and the microclimate of that particular environment where you want to grow some crops. So that you find the greenhouse temperatures and the moisture are totally different from those outside the greenhouse. What is the reason? The reason is because that transparent material that is used as a greenhouse plastic, that covering, it allows the rays of the sun into that particular micro environment. So the rays, once they hit whatever objects, that heat tries to escape, but it doesn't escape beyond this greenhouse material. And therefore, it is reflected back and circulates within that particular area. Are we together? Now, the gases that we talk as greenhouse gases, when we generate by way of burning fossil fuels, keeping so much livestock, so they generate methane, which is a greenhouse gas. What Daktari has explained, all those activities that we do to generate these greenhouse gases. So the greenhouse gases, because of their density, they rise and they reach certain level in the mesosphere where it doesn't go beyond. So it creates an umbrella, sort of. So once it creates an umbrella, it doesn't escape now to the thermosphere. And therefore, it creates an umbrella that looks like that greenhouse material that is used. So once it creates it, it allows heat rays from the sun into the earth. The rays hit the ground and the objects, and some heat is generated. So the heat is supposed to escape into the space to maintain the temperatures of the earth. And because of the presence of these gases, the heat doesn't escape into the space. So it forms something like an umbrella, which maintains or rather increases the temperatures here on Earth. That is why you've heard of the temperature having risen by 1 degree. 1 degree rise in temperature is so devastating. So once the temperature has risen, what happens? It changes the climate. It changes the precipitation. Some areas become drier, while some areas become wetter. It just creates an environment like that greenhouse environment. And that is what we mean by talking about climate change. Are we together? So when you hear about climate change, it is as a result of rising temperatures on Earth, which are caused by greenhouse gases. And the greenhouse gases are generated by human activities. What we do daily generates those greenhouse gases and increases the volumes, therefore increasing the temperatures, therefore manipulating and changing the rainfall patterns. Therefore we find the rainfall patterns are so erratic. I mean, you cannot predict. I am sure we are now at home. Maybe, Madam, you can also have some.
Thank you, Tanui, for that explanation. I think it's now a bit clearer on what we mean about global warming. So what he has explained about the rising temperatures is what we call global warming. So are we on the same page in that aspect of global warming? Our students here, are we on the same page? So what I would also want to mention is that the greenhouse gases are not bad at all. We require them on the globe or on the Earth's surface. So were it not for the greenhouse gases, the Earth will be inhabitable. So the only problem is that we are emitting more than what is required. So the additional emissions is what is causing the problem. But then the greenhouse gases are a requirement in the atmosphere. So in the cycle of the Earth, the hydrological cycle, the carbon cycle, the nitrogen cycle, for those who did biology, we require these gases. But then if we have an additional of these gases, because of the human activities that we are conducting every day, so that is what is not required, and that is why we need to reduce our emissions of greenhouse gases in order to regulate the temperatures on Earth. So I will just quickly mention about projections of climate change. Our first presenter mentioned about an organization called IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So this is the scientific arm of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So the UNFCCC is the policy organ, but then the IPCC is the scientific organ. So the IPCC have done projections into the future, up to the year 2100. And there's what we call a precautionary principle. I don't know how many know anything about precautionary principle. By show of hand. Anybody who understands precautionary principle? So this principle says that we have no reason to do nothing because we don't know about the future. So now that is why the IPCC came in and gave us projections of the future, how the climate is going to behave in the future. And this is from the modeling of greenhouse gas emissions that we are emitting now. So there are models that predict, like in 2050, how much greenhouse gas emissions are we going to have in the atmosphere according to what we are doing now. So in these projections, there are scenarios. So there is the business as usual scenario where they project the temperatures according to what we do now. When we do nothing about the increase in greenhouse gases, how is the climate going to behave? And if we do something in terms of mitigation or even adaptation of climate change, what is going to happen? So in the business as usual scenario, which is the worst case scenario, where temperatures are assumed to increase up to the year 2100. For example, in Kisii County, the temperature projections are expected to increase by 1 degree centigrade from what we have right now. The first presenter mentioned that already there is an increase of 1 degree Celsius on the globe. But then in Kisii County, because these projections are downscaled to regional scales. So in Kisii County, we are expected to have temperature rise of about 1 degree Celsius. That is by the year 2040. And precipitation is expected to increase by 2% by the year 2040. And aridity is going to increase. Aridity is the dry conditions. It's going to increase by 2%. So this means that in the business as usual scenario, we expect higher temperatures. We expect also the temperatures to bring about aridity, and also precipitation will increase. So this means that we will have a lot of flash floods. We normally see that in our town here in Kisii when it rains. We have a lot of flooding in our roads, in our farms. So that is the scenario of the business as usual. And then in the scenario that includes mitigation and adaptation, we also have an increase in temperature of about 1 degree Celsius. And then also precipitation is maintained at 2%, but then there's an aspect of soil moisture being reduced. So the precautionary principle is that we have to use these projections to plan for the future. So for example, in Kisii County, what are we planning to do in the coming years because of the impacts of climate change? So as a county government of Kisii, where I work in, we have tried to take measures in order to reduce or to address this impact of climate change. So we developed a climate change policy in the year 2019. We also did a climate change act in the year 2021, and also climate change fund regulations in 2021. So these 3 documents can be found in our county government's website. You can download them and have a look at them, see what it means for us as a county government, and what we need to do in terms of addressing climate change. And also I can mention that in last month, we did what we call a participatory climate risk assessment, where we have to go to the people at the community level, understand the risks they are facing, because those people are the ones who face the real impacts on the ground. And then they propose measures they think that they will need to do in order to address the impacts of climate change. So that culminated into a risk assessment report, which is almost out. And once it's out, again, it's going to be shared with every organization or person by accessing them through the county website. So, so I had an aspect of what this polytechnic can do in order to address climate change. Now that we have understood the impacts are there, there's nothing we can do about the increase in temperature. We have to learn to live with the increase in temperatures. So I have few recommendations for this polytechnic on what we can do in terms of addressing climate change. And this is in terms of adaptation and mitigation. I don't know if you explained the 2 differences. Mitigation is where we reduce the amount of emissions we release into the atmosphere. And adaptation is learning how to live with the impacts. Knowing that there's nothing we can do, we have to learn to live with the impacts. So one of the activity or projects I can recommend is on waste management. I don't know how waste management is done in this institution, but what I can propose is that we have like biodegradable waste. Instead of dumping it in a pit, where the waste usually release a lot of methane emissions, and methane is one of the greenhouse gases, we can do what we call composting. So composting is one area where we can sustainably manage our waste. Instead of polluting the environment, we can do composting, and this composting, we can provide manure for agriculture. I know this institution can also do vegetable gardens to supply vegetables that can be used in your meals day to day. So the organic waste can be used in that aspect, and also by composting also we can also get gases that can be used in cooking. So the other thing that can be done is the use of solar energy. I know solar energy is a bit costly, but it's a sustainable way of producing energy for use in certain institutions. So these are some of the things that can be done: installing of solar panels to generate energy. And then on environmental management in terms of afforestation, I know the Polytechnic has done a lot. I can see a lot of trees around, and also grasses are there to prevent surface runoff. So I think the institution is doing well in that aspect, and I encourage you to continue doing the same. I mentioned about producing own vegetables and also poultry products and fish products. So this is something that can be done by our youths in these institutions. So as much as we cry of unemployment, we can have innovative ideas in terms of agricultural production, fish production, poultry production. There are technologies like BSF or black soldier flies. I don't know how many have heard about that. By show of hands. Black soldier flies. Yeah, so I see very few. From the back there where we have a lot of students, these are some of the innovative technologies we can use. Black soldier flies can produce poultry feeds. They can also be used as manure in our farms. So some innovative technologies that can come from our youth can be also possible for this institution to sustainably produce their foods they are using. So there's also the aspect of green financing that our first presenter mentioned, where we have to create projects to earn carbon credits. So this institution it is possible to earn carbon credits from the climate change space. I mean climate finance. So once we do sustainable activities like the ones I've mentioned here, and other additionals, we can register in order to earn carbon credits in future. So all is not lost in terms of climate change and even employment for our youth. And why don't we make this institution like a green learning center where people can come and benchmark on what we are doing in terms of management of the environment? We can call it a green institution. When we earn our carbon credits, that is a green institution. I think that is possible. The administration can think along those lines. We are open for discussions, myself and even NEMA, to assist you come up with projects and even link you to financiers in the climate change space. So I think that was my contribution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, our presenters. We've heard from our first presenter, Daktari, then we also heard from our director, Tonui, and also from Anne. So thank you. We want to open this session for questions. And students, you are also welcome to ask questions, especially now we've been challenged with Madam on how to do waste management. And I want to say most of our courses we are doing here, there is an aspect of waste management, especially in engineering. My background being mechanical, we students. Okay, sorry for that. I'm saying in our courses, we normally refer to waste management and disposal in our areas of trainings, and especially in engineering. I said in automotive engineering, there are so many wastes. Students are actually taken through on how to dispose them. And we at times fail to follow the procedures of disposal in our areas of work, especially when you are having your own garage or your own industry and so forth. So we welcome questions alongside that. And also on the side of agriculture, we have been taken through what we can do as a way of mitigating the climate change. What I want to say is the monster of climate change is with us, and we need to do something with it so that we are not adding, but we are reducing the climate change. So by the show of hands, I wish to see who has a question. I can see Mr. Rujo here. There's a student also there, so I would take maybe 4 questions, then they answer, then we go another 4. So Rujo, first one, we have one other there, and there is also another hand here. And maybe at the back there, yes, so those 4 first, then we shall move to the next other plenary session. So welcome.
Well, good afternoon once again. Thank you so much, panelists, for your presentation. You've mentioned in the onset about the greenhouse gases, and my interest there is methane that is emitted by livestock. On the second bit, Madam talked about innovative ways of trying to come up with how we can limit these emissions and impact. And she talked about the ants. But my background is food, and looking at these emerging trends, we are seeing a tussle, I don't know whether it's ethical or what, on lab-grown meat as one of the ways to reduce the burden we are depending on farm-grown animals for proteins. The population in the world is increasing by the day, and the stress on resources, including food, protein being one of the major needs, is really being squeezed. So scientists have come up with innovative ways of providing proteins through cultured meat in the lab, but it has received a lot of resistance. So my question is this: what is the trade-off? Do you think that is the way forward so that we can save our planet?
Thank you very much. Our presenters are noting, then move to the next. Please, if you raise your hand, you can move closer.
Good afternoon. Okay. My question is on food and security. As the panelists have already said, it is caused mostly by the highest percentage of climate change issues comes from agriculture, and Kisii being an agricultural zone where food insecurity is affected. So from the biblical point of view, people perish due to lack of knowledge, and scientists and environmental specialists have got this knowledge. What about our mothers and fathers back at home who are farmers, who produce agricultural produce, and who are having some heads of cattle back home there who do not have any other knowledge about the climate changes? Like, if I can say, like in the recent issues that affected mental health issues, the health fraternity came up with so many ways of working out the mental health issues. What are the precautions or the solutions that will help us reach the local farmers and the local people to give them knowledge on climate changes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon. I don't have a question, but just to explore my fellow students, I've been embarrassed that I've never seen the Black Soldier Sesefly. Our institution has that project, and therefore mail cards of the agriculture department will be issued at the project so that you see the Black Soldier Seseflies.
Okay, thank you. Black Soldier Sesefly are with us here in college. Next question, please.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Teddy Okay, I'm basically talking about violence because when we tend to look at the women back at home and the girls back at home at the rural areas, we find that they are adventured into violence. So how does climate change lead to violence? I really want to understand that.
Okay, thank you. I think our presenters, you've heard the questions. I don't know, I can give Dr. Adi to start responding, or yes.
I want to respond to the first question on the generation of methane by keeping livestock. For our understanding, it's actually not that the livestock breathe out methane. It is the cow dung, it is the waste from the livestock that while it's decomposing, it produces methane. So one of the strategies that can be used to reduce the generation of that methane and the release, not just generation, the release of that methane into the environment is by embracing the use of biogas energy. If all of us, if all farmers, if institutions like this can embrace the use of biogas energy, we will reduce the amount of methane that is potentially going to escape into the atmosphere by tapping that methane and using it for cooking and lighting. I'm sure I have answered that question.
Yes, I think you are. Are you answered? Yeah, maybe you can put it in another way.
Maybe before, let me also add something.
Okay.
First of all, in those agreements that we mentioned, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. Now, anything dealing with food security and measure that can make a party or a country food insecure, that one is actually, can I say, it's not allowed. Food security takes priority. So in Kenya, anything that will affect or will make Kenya food insecure, that one we are supposed to move slow a bit. But then that one does not prevent us from carrying out research to find ways of releasing those greenhouse gases. A lot is being done at the moment to ensure that we have, like now you see, there are some communities which value, having many heads of cattle or livestock. Now, research and the message to them is that they embrace those animals which are high yielding, such that we reduce on the number of cattle. Those cattle or livestock that are feed efficient, when it comes to conversion. So that one I can tell you for sure that there is some research that is going on so that we can come up with, the best technologies in reducing these greenhouse gases. Now, methane, why methane? All these gases that we've talked about, they have different warming potentials, what we call global warming potentials. Methane is among the highest. So we encourage the breaking down of this methane to either carbon dioxide, yeah? So those are the technologies that we're working on. So in the food security, we are encouraging best available technologies that can reduce the production of these gases. So I think this one combines with my sister's question about food security in Kisii. And so what can be done? I think it is the issue of outreach, education and awareness. That is what we need to do. And I think Madam has challenged you. Kisii National Polytechnic, you can be a champion in this area of climate change. We are available to capacity build each other so that we can see which areas we can partner in. Tonui is here, he's a resident of Kisii now. So use him so that he can, if you have the environment club, from there, how can you reach out? I remember I worked here in Kisii sometime back from 2004 to 2010, August. I was the district environment officer. I used to speak these things in Sayari for free about environment. So environment and even the eucalyptus things, the effect of that, so that is one way. We have Egesa, we have Minto, we have those. So if there is a way that we can partner so that it reaches them. I agree with you, that is where the problem is. The level at which we are talking climate change issues is very high, We are flying out to international conferences. We meet in Nairobi, very expensive hotels. But Mama is not there. Daddy is not there. So we need to bring these things down here, make use of NEMA. We have also a whole department of environmental education, awareness and training. If you want more awareness on this, just write to the Director General through Tonui here. The office is within the county, the county commissioner's compound, so that we can enlighten each other. So that is what I wanted to mention. I'm happy to hear that the black soldier fly is here with you. Solid waste management, my sister here, when you read about it, who do you see doing waste management here in town? It is the law. The law only, wacha tumpatie kazi ya kufagia. In other countries, that is an engineering problem. They use engineers. Calculating the shortest route to waste collection points, to waste, not disposal. Nowadays, we talk of waste management sites. We are supposed to manage waste. You've heard now we are talking about going circular, the circular economy. You realize that in Kisii, we do not have what we should be calling waste. When you look at our soils, the soils are so poor. When we talk of soils being poor, it simply lacks what we are learning in class, the micro and the macronutrients. Where have they gone? These crops, the food we are eating, have sucked them up. So we should ensure that we return them back to them. So in that garden, the flies are feeding on waste, converting that waste into what? Yeah, the flies now can be taken by poultry. What they are giving out as feces, that is fertilizer which can be taken to the farms. Yeah, so here, as the Kisii National Polytechnic, we need to see how we need to meet the difference in those nutrients so that we see, can it form a complete fertilizer? If it is not complete in those pellets, then we see what we can add. And then finally we have the much needed and high value organic fertilizer. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
There is something which I think I forgot. On the biologically cultured animal protein, I'm sure that is what you mentioned. I can say that is a new technology that has been innovated to replace the animal protein, or rather to supplement the animal protein. However, it is still undergoing a lot of resistance. And a reason being, this is a new technology involving food, development of food, and therefore there are so many uncertainties. Could it that it can cause other things? After replacing, we've heard about Chinese making a chicken egg. My question is are you comfortable as a citizen of this country replacing the actual natural chicken egg with a manufactured chicken egg. Are we comfortable? In as much as it can actually supplement so that we reduce on the number of livestock that we keep to reduce the generation of methane gas. So it is still undergoing a lot of criticisms, challenges. A lot of research is still ongoing, and therefore I cannot, or we cannot authoritatively say it is a good technology to replace the livestock protein sources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, our panelists. I think at this point, okay,
Just
Madam.
One last comment on engaging community or our mothers and grandfathers and grandmothers on the ground. So as a county government, we have initiated what we are calling locally led climate action, whereby we involve the community members, and by this, we have created 45 ward climate change committees in every ward, just to be our champions or our contact people on the ground in order to understand what they are facing right now, and also to propose projects according to the impacts they are receiving on those wards. They can suggest projects that can address climate change within their wards, and therefore, being members of the community, they are in touch with everyone within that locality. So that is how we are able to reach people on the ground. And also we have developed a radio network station that is based in Bobasi, sorry. So that station is complete. We are only left with equipping it, and it will be a local radio network where we will be advertising or giving bulletins in Kisii language. So we will also be broadcasting only environmental related issues, no politics or any other thing. It will be for broadcasting climate related phenomena, and even how our farmers are supposed to address the impacts of climate change. And also, I believe we have been receiving, if you listen to our local radio stations, our Director of Meteorology in the county have been giving out forecasts in terms of what we are going to expect in the next 1 week or next 1 month in Kisii County. So that is how we are trying to reach out to the people at the ground in terms of climate and climate action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think now things on the ground are being addressed. As one was asking, that people at the ground are not reached. So you've heard how the measures are in place so that people are brought on board. So I think I will only allow 2 more questions, and then we move now to we have Kipchoge, Madam Annette, and maybe just Madam Kodna. So Kipchoge, you can start.
Thank you very much, panelist. My background is supply chain management. I understand the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. So there is a method of disposal. Of course, we are embracing waste management as one of the best way of disposing our materials. But that aside, my question or my concern is on the greenhouse gas emission. The focus is on how do we have clean energy? You mentioned going the GECO core way. Of course, it provides, it reduces the heat emitted. But now the concern, the GECO that uses maca, the charcoal, what initiatives do we put in place so that we don't just reduce gas at the consumption level, but we go to the production end where we are concerned about the production of charcoal? Because look at the greenhouse emitted during production of charcoal. So do we need to treat the problem from the end or from the beginning? So I would wish to get more clarity on the measures that we are putting in place, not only to embrace the use of an energy efficient GECO core, but how do we have a better means of having charcoals without a greenhouse gas emissions produced by the same? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, Madam Annette.
Thank you. I have a question and an appeal to all of us. So my question is about, you mentioned on some 1 metric ton of, so my question is how you determine the quantity of this carbon or these emissions on the atmosphere. And then my appeal to all as trainers and trainees and all the stakeholders is, this conference today, we are here today because of innovation and skills. My appeal to all of us is to think in the lines of coming up with technologies or equipments that are going to help us curb this problem, because I've sat here and I've felt like I'm not well sensitized enough to know about the climate, and we can sit down as a whole and think in the lines of coming up with either a technology. We have the IT department here, we have the mechanical part of it and electronics. Can come up with a very powerful, maybe a GECO like or equipment that can help us curb the emissions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, engineer, for that. We had some other hand here. Madam Konda, move closer, please.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my concern is the response to climate change and adaptation. So you mentioned on selecting stress-resistant varieties. So in the process of selecting these stress-resistant varieties, we are going to interfere with the genetic makeup. That is under recombinant DNA technology. So in that case, we are going to interfere with the genetic makeup once we have consumed these selected resistant varieties. So it's my concern. They are very clear on which method we are going to use when we are selecting these stress-resistant varieties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to your panelists for the answers.
About charcoal, we are dealing with the greenhouse gas at the tail end instead of production. I saw somebody from Kenya Forest Service, and that is exactly what we are encouraging. There is what we call the charcoal NAMA, nationally appropriate what? Mitigation, action. A charcoal NAMA, when you are coming out with this charcoal, you reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that emit and a lot of losses that come from there. It's only that I think we've not embraced it. I agree with my sister there who said that there is a lot of information up here which needs to trickle down to even the producers. So there is what we call a charcoal NAMA, NAMA. So that is, I agree with you that we need to do, as we do energy saving vehicles, we also address the issue of production of this charcoal, the fuel that we're using. How do you determine, how do you generate this 1 metric ton of CO2? My sister mentioned about a body called the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In climate change space, we have so many acronyms. Now, that is a panel of scientists drawn from world over. Scientists. There's a lot of research that they have done, and they have given a methodology on how you can determine that for sure 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent has been produced, and so it can go to the market. Just Google, go to that website, just type IPCC, and then IPCC methodology. They have several methodologies of doing this. Very simple. They try as much as possible to simplify this, this language. They use a very simple language. you'll find the methodologies there on how this 1 metric ton is generated. The other thing, I agree with you. There is one bit. Remember when I started, I said maybe it should have been the role of TVET in addressing climate change. What can you do as an institution, the National Polytechnic, students, the issue of technology? For us to fight, for us to move on, to make any progress in the mitigation and even adaptation, technology is key. Actually, in Kenya, KIRDI, Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, something like that, it is the focal point of climate change technologies, mitigation and adaptation. You have an innovation in mitigation, something that can reduce the release of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Those are the people you liaise with. They have the certified methodologies. Then they also liaise with the KEPS. So climate change has made billionaires, meaning that even this institution, you can also make money through these innovations. You can make money through innovations. A lot is being done by engineers in transport, engineers in energy. For those ones who are yet to go for attachment students and you are in engineering energy, if you find a space in, especially I know of this energy that is very close to our energy department, State Department of Energy, they will have renewable energy, etc. So there are many technologies there that they are working on for energy efficiency and other. So you have some space, you have something that you can do. And again, other institutions are working, they're doing a lot. Jomo Kenyatta University and the KIRDI, we have University of Nairobi. These are the people I interact with on a daily basis. So it's a very important question. It makes now KISI, National Polytechnics, relevant in the climate change space. Yeah. So those innovations are very important, and also capacity building. Lastly, the issue of response to climate change technology. Again, I want to say, the way things are, I showed you the graph. It is either we do something or we perish. Technology is at the center of adaptation and even mitigation. The thing is, we talk of having seed banks for our crops, our cherished crops. We are not saying that we do away. Now, you go to a place like these dry areas where they receive rains for around only 3 months or even 2 months or 1. And then you tell this person, there is maize which you can harvest within 2 months. It is better than dying. They'll take up that. I said anything that can enhance food security in any nation, that one is given a priority. That is the thing. It is in those conventions which I mentioned. Behind that, we have our own researchers. We have relevant institutions for checks and measures. So that is why I told you the issue of meat. Meat is okay. You can do the proteins, the artificial sources of these proteins. But before we give it a tick, the National Biosafety Authority, we have NEMA, we have KEPS, we have all these others. They have to ensure that we are operating within the safe limits. Lastly, there is the climate change and the violence. Somebody asked about women. That one, what are we seeing during the dry season in our water sources? When there is no enough water, there is no enough food, definitely somebody wants to take the least time at the fetching point of water. So you know what happens there. So even the conflicts that we have, researchers have linked them to climate change. It's the issue of resources. Resources becoming scarce because of this unpredictable climate. In northeastern, you hear it is pastures. This is not pastures, they're just pastures. What made these pastures to be scarce? What made it to be scarce? And anything that we have, though we do not have tribal conflicts, tribal whatever, it's because of the resources. We are increasing at a rate, at a higher rate than what the resources can regenerate to actually meet each and every person's demand. So I think that is what I have to say. Anybody want to maybe to? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, presenters. I think we are done with the questions, unless there is a burning question. Is there a burning question? No question. Okay, can see, just come over. Then time is not on our side. We apologize. Maybe it is just a brief one.
Thank you very much, because it is a brief one. I really wanted to get from the county government what you have done with the human solid waste, because we have sewage, and that was a problem, a political problem around some year there. So I don't know what you have done, because there are projects that we can have so that we can tap that methane gas and utilize it. And also to the national government, I don't know your proposal that you have made even to the current government, like the financial year, so that we can see ourselves, for example, importing solar without tax. That can really mitigate the emission of green gas.
Thank you. Just 1 minute, presenters, then we wrap it up.
I think I can respond to that. So in terms of our waste management, the sewerage, we know that in our county, the sewerage network is a bit old and dilapidated. But recently, a feasibility study was done in order to expand the Suneka waste treatment plant, and not just expanding, but to introduce a new technology where we are going to harvest gas and also the sludge to be used as fertilizer. So that is work in progress. A feasibility study has already been done. So the organization that is dealing with that is now lobbying for finances to come and implement that project. So I think with time we are going to handle that. But then the problem, I think, will be there with us for some time, because the network keeps on breaking. Unless it's redone in terms of overhauling it, then it's the only time we can deal with that comprehensively. Thank you.
The issue of solar and then other appropriate technology, I don't think I have an answer. That is a solution. But at one point, I came across what we call environmental advocacy and lobbying. A government officer cannot lobby. Civil society, do we have them here? They are sleeping nowadays. If you are here and you are a civil society, you have an NGO, you have a CBO, that is the voice of wananchi. But it is something that is through that, I think necessary noise can be made to the right ears. On waste humans, she's rightly put it, but now what about solid waste that emanates from our houses? Something is being done. I am in Nairobi, but I know, Madam, something is being done. The issue of separation at source, yes. But then the organic waste is supposed to go to ATC, which is very close to this place. Well, waste is not what we call waste, can't be used. That is a resource. Again, Madam, you asked a very good question about what this institution can do in terms of technology so that that thing it doesn't become waste. In other places you hear they do not have enough to cycle back into production. They do not have enough. We say organic waste, it means this is something that can decompose, yeah? And then it goes back, it is treated, it goes back to our farms. So I think that is what we can mention regarding waste, yeah.
A little bit of addition on waste management within the county and what the national government has done. You realize we used to have a dam site. It's called what? Nyampere dam site. It was an ISO. And we are happy at least that Nyampere dam site was decommissioned. And the national government is embracing the circular economy rather than the usual linear kind of economy. And that is why it has moved the waste management activities to ATC, where we are embracing sorting of waste at source, segregation, and additional segregation within ATC, so that inorganic material is recovered, that which has value, and converted, it becomes money. So the organic material is decomposed, and by way, we are in progress of, the county government is in progress of converting it into fertilizer. So NEMA has done a bit of, it has negotiated and has linked the county government with extended producer organizations, so that these organizations can fund the county government to rather recover this waste, to recover the organic waste, turned manure, to recover the inorganic waste, turned cash flow. So that is what NEMA has done already. It is in progress. Committee has been formed, and the county government is in process of entering into an MOU with the extended producer organizations on that particular endeavor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we appreciate our presenters for the wonderful presentation on the climate change. At least we are now enlightened, and we are at some point on knowing what to do with our climate. As we have been told, 1 degree Celsius increase in temperature, and for engineers, you know what that means. There will be a heat increase or heat energy, which can also cause some other damages to the resources we have. So I want to ask Madam Thapita to lead us in the appreciation of our presenters in a special way. Madam Njopera, please come over. Thereafter, the MC will take over from there, and we proceed. Okay, thank you. Your moderator has been Engineer Tonui Wesley from Mechanical and Automotive Engineering Department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, our presenters, and thank you for the chance. I want us to appreciate them in a very special way with the, how many claps? 4 of them, Sindo. So let us start appreciating our presenters from NEMA. I think I'll visit you very soon so that you can enlighten me more on what you've said, especially what Madam had. So let us start 4 and then 3 and then 2 and 1. So let us start. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much. We will step down our panelists. We really appreciate you. That was the team from NEMA taking us through climate change. Kiruogen Det was our chair. That is between me and you. In the house is our TVET director, Kisii County, Mr. Tom Olango, together with his host, our chief principal, Daniel Nyariki, and the chair for the session, Madam Mabel. They are in the house. Welcome, sir and madam. I want to welcome our conference coordinator. Our conference coordinator, George Nyakoe, for I guess 10 minutes or something? 5 minutes, yes, 5, okay.
Good afternoon again. I'll be very brief because I know time has gone and people are eager to go home. I want to first say thank you, MC, for giving me this opportunity to finish or give finishing remarks, but I actually want to do two things. One, I want to give a brief summary, what we call the rapporteur's report or a communique of the conference. But because I don't want to come up front again later, Chair of Session, you'll allow me, I'll also give a vote of thanks so that we finish and then we hand over to the other team, that is our guests, to finish with us. The theme of our conference this year, the second international conference at KNP, was the role of science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. And it was deliberated under many themes, sub-themes. We had climate change action that has just passed, and I want to thank Dr. Jasper Omwenga. I want to thank Madam Anne Omoyo, and I want to thank Mr. Tonui for taking it up, climate change action. We also had a sub-theme on food security, and I want to sincerely thank our Department of Agriculture at the county, Kisii, and also I want to thank NEMA Kenya because, sorry, not NEMA Kenya, KALRO Kenya, because the Director General at KALRO was involved in making sure that this sub-theme is well covered in our conference. Thank you. We moved on to our third sub-theme, that is Industry 4.0. And those who were here yesterday, you saw how Dr. Bernard Maake took us through how technology has evolved up to now. And I want to really thank them for making it possible. I also want to thank Dr. Tony Omwansa, who accepted our call for him to come and present and be a keynote presenter, but in the last minute he was given an assignment by his minister that he had to be away. So we thank them. I want to sincerely also thank and bring about the fact that we also had two virtual presenters. We had one, Dr. Kathleen from Canada, Vancouver Island University, VIU, that's Vancouver Island University, who also presented on the Teaching Learning Center. Those who were here in the morning, it was well moderated and chaired by Gekonde John. We also had another yesterday, virtual presentation from Sri Lanka University, that is by Mr. Ravinthiran. I cannot pronounce the second name, it's longer. But he really took us through a very nice presentation on strengthening the responsiveness of TVET for sustainable development. So I want to really thank them. We also had, finally, some issues to do with the cross-cutting themes that came clearly in some of our research presentations. We had research presentations, especially from KALRO. We had around 3 of them, and we had some from Nyandarua National Polytechnic, gave also a number of research presentations for those who attended those sessions. I want to finish up this by going to the pre-conference, what we started with. We started with a parade of skills and innovations. Those who are not here on Wednesday, we had our TVET students from among other institutions. We had Masai TTI, Nyandarua National Polytechnic, Eldoret National Polytechnic. Among those that came, we also had RIAT, Ramogi Institute of Science and Technology, and of course, the host institution, that is Kisii National Polytechnic. But the highlight of the occasion of the pre-conference, I want to sincerely say, was Kisumu Senior Academy. They came with a whole 13 innovations, arranged them, presented them, and it was a wonderful presentation. So we really thank Kisumu Senior Academy. We thank all these institutions that in TVET that we have talked about for making that quite a memorable event. And I want to promise that going forward, even if I'm still in the research office or not, I would really want us to have a pre-conference almost or even better than what we had, because we really had a play with our skills and innovations. You saw the teams that won. Like, I want to say that Kisumu Senior Academy took #1 in innovations. Masai TTI took #1 overall in skills contest, and Kisii Poly was #2 in skills contest. And let me say silently, though it was not pronounced out, that Nyandarua took #1 in paper presentations, because they had the highest number of papers presented in our presentations. I want to say this to finish up. Our guests, our panel discussants, our keynote presenters, our research presenters, our authors of innovations, our candidates for the skill contest, we are immensely grateful that you took time to leave your comfort zones to come and be with us at Kisii National Polytechnic and give us such a memorable event. May God thank you, may God bless you, may God lead you as you go. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you, our Director, Research. We are almost coming to the end of this function as the session chair approaches the podium. Those ones who are in charge of awards, get them ready together with those ones who are going to be awarded, so that our chief guest will be doing that. Welcome, Session Chair, Madam Mabel Wanjala.
Thank you, my colleague. Our chief guest, who is our county director, Mr. Tomo Lango, our chief principal, Mr. Daniel Nyariki, guests who are invited, who are still here, my colleagues, students, good afternoon. I know you've been very patient, very, very patient. I say congratulations for that, because you've been patient since day one. And today we are coming to a close of a very successful event. I wish to congratulate all of us for having made it a success. To the research team, I say thank you for that good work. It's not very easy to organize such an event. And now that we've seen it coming to this end, we say thank you. May God bless you. Now, when you talk last, you really have nothing much to say. Mine is very short. Before maybe I proceed, I would like to call upon the judges for the research papers, if they're in here. Are they here? Yes, I'd like us to call upon them 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so that you give us an oversight, an insight of what you found about the research papers and what advice you may have for us, maybe before we proceed to the next. What do we call judges in Kiswahili? Wakili. Waamuzi ama? Hawa wanaitwa wakili ama sasa tunawahitaji? Wakimu. Hakimu. You know, I'm a teacher of chemistry if you didn't know, so mutani excuse kwa. So kindly welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Justice. Today I'm called Justice. So I'm Edwin Makworo. I'm a lecturer at Kisii University and the coordinator of the School of Engineering. So we were at the bench with my brother, Orucho, and I want to make a few observations or comments on what these presentations were and what they should have. We had 7 presenters, 3 from Kalo and 2 from Nyandarua. Then there was one, Moses, who was, I think, presenting some work from his thesis. Now, I want to make just general observations. I don't know whether my colleague will go in depth, but I want to take a very short time. I've looked at topic, the presenter, and the presentation. When you are making a presentation, the first thing you do is to check the theme of the conference or the theme of whatever the publisher is of that work. And then you have to come up with a relevant and current topic. We talked of Industry 4.0. There are things that are current, there are things that have been overtaken by time. Your topic is the first impression to the listener, so it must be very captivating. And it should be simple, but yet very clear to whoever your audience will be. It should be well researched. Do not duplicate what has been done before, what has been done by others. So maybe those are a few issues on the topics. Then the presenter. When I stand here, the first impression you have about me is what you see about me. So people will judge you before they judge your work. And this is where people develop an attitude or a perception about you, a view about who you are. So it is very important when you are a presenter, you have modest kind of dressing. Modesty is variable. You can choose what modest is to you, but well-groomed. You have to be confident. You must have good eye contact with your listeners or whoever you are addressing. You must be seen to be a master in the content that you are presenting. You must grasp your area of specialty very well. That must be demonstrated by how you are presenting yourself. If all the time you are reading from the slide, what does that indicate? It indicates that you have not internalized or mastered that content. So those are just a few points about the presenter. The presentation, there is normally an organization, if it is a publication, depending on the author of the journal or the conference organizers, they would be having a way you should present your paper. But generally, all papers will have a topic, an abstract, some background or introduction, a problem. At times, in the presentation, the problem, the background, all of them may be intertwined into the background or introduction before you move into your, even the problem statement can be intertwined within the introduction. The introduction itself is also a piece of literature. Then you get your objectives, methods, and your findings, results, you know, what you call your data analysis and discussion. Those are also, you know, mixed up within the same subject. Then you must have your conclusions and recommendations. Today we have APS 7, so you can adopt that for your publications. In presenting, you must be very coherent. You must be very organized. You must move from this to the next seamlessly so that people can follow your presentation. I earlier said you must internalize your work, and you must be brief and to the point. You are given 10 minutes, for example. You have a whole thesis or a whole paper of 15 pages. Then you must have graphics that will keep people not so tired. You must have a graph, you must have a chart, you can have pictures that will lead your audience to a point where they'll be in contact with you. Then, lastly, do not have crowded slides. We saw some presentations that had a whole lot of notes. I was taught that a good slide should have at most 5 points. 5 points, not paragraphs. Instead of writing a paragraph, just write a point that will bring to memory what the paragraph was. So it's just a point which is at most 2 lines, at most. Otherwise, it should be just a point on a line, another point, 5 of them. So that when you see that point as a presenter and you internalize your work, then it's very easy for you to elaborate what it was about. So let me stop there and welcome my co-judge. Thank you. Otherwise, those presentations were beautiful, and we want to appreciate the presenters.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Orucho Vincent. I work with the Ministry of Education, State Department for Higher Education and Research, Directorate of Research, Science, Technology, and Innovation. It's been my pleasure to be with you for these 2 days. And it's always a learning process. And allow me to join my colleagues in congratulating all of you who have presented. You've done a good work. And it's always a learning process. My colleague has given a general overview of what to expect when you're presenting, but I will give a very brief summary on the major or on common mistakes that all of us, or most of us, were making in our presentations. I will be brief. Let me start by pointing out that when we are presenting, we give a title. And once a title has been given, the next time we sing your objectives, we expect the objective to be drawn from the title that you've given. But in most cases, we were seeing a title. Then when we come to the broad objective, there is a deviation. So it is expected that the moment you give us a title, your broad objective should mirror the title that you've given us. And then your specific objectives should be drawn from the broad objective. And as it is always suggested, they should be SMART. They should be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. Those are some of the things that we need to get very clear. The second mistake that was glaring in most of the papers is the issue of referencing. We were given an option of using American Psychology Association 6th edition. That is APA 6th edition. Of course, there is a 7th, but in the call, it was a 6th edition. Now, in the 6th edition, what we'll look for, especially in the in-text reference, if you have 5 authors or less, 5 authors or less, it is expected that in your citation, all the 5 should be or must be listed. If it is George, Edward, Aden, Mary, and Boaz, the 5 of them should be mentioned, and then comma followed by the year of the publication in the first point. Then in the subsequent mention of the same author, now we don't need to mention the 5 of them. Now we can mention the first one, the surname of the first one, and then we say et al. But the mistake we were seeing when we were counter-checking, you find that you have George et al. But when we go down to the reference list, we only see 3 others. That is a mistake. So in the 6th edition, if you have 5 or less, in the first instance, mention all of them, comma, Thank you. Then in case there are 6 and over, 6 and above, then from the first point, just say the name of the surname of the first author, comma, the year, and follow it subsequently. That is the 6th edition. So anytime we are doing our referencing, let's check which system or style of referencing are we requested to use and ensure that we follow the guidelines of the same. Number 3. Sampling methods. This is an issue that was very serious. When we're talking about sampling, in some papers we saw people mixing up sampling methods. You say, I'll do simple random sampling and stratified random sampling. The two cannot work together. You need to be clear what you are doing. Which method of sampling are you doing? Of course, when we're doing sampling, we can either go probability sampling or non-probability sampling. Assuming you're going probability sampling, then you can either go for simple random sampling, you can do stratified sampling, or you can do systematic sampling, any of those. But again, when you tell us from the beginning that I'll be doing systematic sampling, then in between, in your procedures, let us see exactly your samples being chosen systematically. That is a problem that was coming again and again. There is a method thrown there, but when you go down on how the participants were selected, it's a different thing. So we need to be very clear on that. The third thing, or before I go to the other thing, still on methodology. When you're talking about a sample, most of us were simply giving a number. 1399 samples were chosen, or 92 people were chosen. How? When we are doing sampling, you have to be clear how the sample size was determined. How did you get your 399? How did you get your 900 participants? It should be very clear. There are sample size calculators, if you may want, and there are formulas that we use to come up with that. So please be clear. Give us your sampling calculator or give us your sampling formula. Tell us, I used Fisher et al. 1998. Give us that formula and then show us how you did your calculation from that and give us the number that you're talking about. Number 4, on the results. One very clear mistake. Those of you who are here, we said it again and again. You have 3 objectives. When it comes to presenting the findings, one table for only objective number 1. Where did objective number 2 go? Where did objective number 3 go? Once you have given us your objectives, as you get to the results, start with objective number 1, give the findings objective number 1. Come to objective number 2, give the results of objective number 2. Then go to the findings of objective number 3 in that order. So if you are presenting your findings in tables, in charts, in whatever you're presenting, let's see a table for objective 1, a table for objective 2, a table for objective 3, so that we have all those findings captured. Discussion, conclusions, recommendations. If you do your findings well, you will have something to say about objective 1, something to say about objective 2, something to say about objective 3. And at the end of the day, you will conclude about objective 1, objective 2, and objective 3. Then finally, you will give us a recommendation on what you think can possibly be done about objective 1, objective 2, objective 3. But remember, if you miss it at the point of giving your findings, you will not get it anywhere else here. And that's where we were losing it. We were giving results for objective 1 only, and then when we come to conclusion, we only cloud conclusions, discussions, and recommendations for one objective. That was a common thing that we need to figure out about. Finally, abstracts. When we talk about an abstract refers to a summary of your whole paper. So that if you have 15 pages, and then you have this abstract that is 250 words, 300 words, if I want to know what your paper is about, what was the problem, why was it important to you, what did you do, what did you find, what did you conclude, what did you recommend? It should be in the abstract. So the abstract, however short it is, it should give us a summary of your introduction, the problem statement, and a bit of justification why you think what you're doing is important. Then it should give us a bit of the methods. What did you do? How did you sample? What was the population like? Then it should give us the major findings. Then from the major findings, give us the major conclusions, and then major conclusions. But most of us were simply coming up with the things. As long as you get to 300 words, you are good to go. That is not the way we do it. Otherwise, it's a learning process, as I said, and I want to believe that going forward, we'll be able to do it better. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those remarks. Our judges, we are grateful for that. And I'm sure that next we shall improve. Sini ukweli? Now my question is to the students of Kisii National Polytechnic. Do those terms sound familiar? Do they sound familiar? Do you do trade projects? You do trade projects. Na hizi zingine zinaitwaje? Business plans. And why didn't you come here? Hata mmoja peke yake. No one was here to present any paper of any sort from Kisii Polytechnic. I'm asking, do those terms sound familiar? Hiyo mtanijibu baadaye kama wageni wameenda. Sina ukweli? You've embarrassed me. So tutakutana kule kama wageni wameenda. So I would like us to move to the next. I know people are tired. I would like to call upon these institutions who had innovations and skill, who participated in the innovations and skill contests, to just move forward to receive an award from us, a small token of appreciation from us, Kisii National Polytechnic, for having participated in that. And I'll call upon our chief guest to present these awards to these institutions. So innovations, position 1 goes to Kisumu Senior Academy. If anyone is here from Kisumu Senior Academy, kindly come forward for this award. I think they already left. So I'll call upon our research, where is it? Kisumu? Yeah, Mr. Otaba, come and collect this award on behalf of Kisumu Senior Academy and make sure that it's handed our chief guest kindly. Thank you for that. Then there's skills position 2. Skills position 2, Kisii National Polytechnic. Okech, Mr. Okech, come and collect this award for me. Thank you for that. And then skills position 1, Masai TTI, Masai TTI. Thank you, sir, and welcome again. Congratulations for that. Yes, thank you so much, our participants, those who participated in those categories. And I still have a quarrel with the Kisii, Mr. Owacha. How can you just have visitors alafu na washindia kwenu? A whole 15,000 population. We have something, isn't it? So tutarudi tukae, tujadiliane pale. Sina ukweli? My sons and daughters. Tutakaa chini tuulizane. We see what happened. So I will not really talk much because we've had a tiring day. But before maybe I hand over to my principal, my boss, I would like to thank again all of us for participating in today's, this year's event, the research conference. I would like to thank my colleagues who guided the trainers to come up with the skills or to sharpen their skills and the innovations, and the students who participated in those innovations, the students who have assisted us, environmental club, the student leaders, the scouts, thank you for your participation, and anybody else. And maybe next time, now that you've known, you've heard what is expected of you in the papers, what is expected of you in the skills, I'm sure that next time we are going to do much, much, much better. I would also like to thank our principal, of course, because of the facilitation, because he made it possible for us to have this event. It's not very cheap. I'd say thank you so much to our principal in absentia. And I would also like maybe to say that our county government came in handy. Many sponsors we had, Cooperative Bank, we had ABNO, we had CICAN. We say that thank you so much for that concern, for that assistance to us, because without you, we couldn't be where we are. We couldn't have done what we've done. We say thank you so much to the county government for their presence, for their journeying with us all through to this moment. I will not go further, because when your boss is around, you don't talk much, isn't it? Yes, my name is Mabel Wanjala. I'm the deputy principal in charge of administration, a trainer in the applied science department. I teach analytical chem and applied biology. Thank you for listening to me. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our principal to give his remarks. Welcome, sir. So you clap.
Hello, yes. Our regional account director, TVET, Mr. Tom Mulango, the judges, the presenters, my colleagues from Kisii National Polytechnic and other institutions who are here, our trainees, and other invited guests. Good afternoon. I know we have reached now this is also another very important function which we are supposed to undertake, because it's a closing ceremony. You know, we were invited that we are coming to close the event, but only again to find that there were also more speeches are going to be done. I think now next time you must time well. Because we were also timing ourselves somewhere. Somehow we have come in, but we have also listened. So we are not saying that we have not learned. We have also learned something. We have learned something. When we came in there, the room was a bit full, but now again people have disappeared with the time. And I know those ones who have disappeared are our students. The research conference now, it is coming to an end. And I know those of you who have been here since Wednesday. You have learned a lot. And even the research is also changing. I think as the judges are saying, you can see there's a lot which we are learning every time we hold these research conferences. And those of you who did your masters or your PhDs those days, when you come in now, I think you need to be refreshed, because things are changing. You must keep on reading books. And this thing of copy pasting, you can see how you can be cornered. Ama sivyo? Si ndio ilikuwa hapo? You copy and you are copying it to people who know. Ama namna gani? Sasa hiyo sio mzuri. And you know at this stage you go copy pasting, then you are also cheating yourself. Because you are not learning also. You have had how eggs are made in China or where? In China. And in Kenya, there must be a hen for us to get that egg, isn't it? I don't know whether the taste is the same. And I think if we move in that direction, very soon we are also going to have artificial human being. So where will nature go? That's what I'm also asking. Because God didn't create things like that. So where we are advancing in the research, We must also live where nature is supposed to be. See? Yeah, let us not interfere with where God created, how God created things. Ama sio, si ni kweli hapo? Kama mtoto lazima mtoto apatikane. How you want to import? Yeah, because we were somewhere, and a very senior government officer was saying that the only thing which a human being can manufacture is only a baby. Is a baby manufactured? Is a baby manufactured? I think that question you can answer it. See? You can answer it. I also want to thank my staff, my colleagues who have really been patient, and you have been with our guests from morning to evening. I know you have really sacrificed. Pastor, you have been offering prayers, didn't you? The prayers have not gone down free. I mean, there's something meaningful. And I want to tell you that even yesterday, the room was full, and we also went through the exceptions outside there. The PS was so much impressed because we had almost again another 30 minutes in my office. The two of us, we were discussing what is covered as the Alive in Kisii National Polytechnic. So we went with a very good image. You know, when somebody talks from inside, the other way mwenyewe unasikia mzuri. Na hawa wengine wamekuja. I hope you are going back. Going with a good image, you know, you are going back saying, maybe Kisii Polytechnic we are moving forward. You saw how the PS was challenging my colleagues from institutions from Kisii, who attended yesterday. And I want to tell you, you can see institutions from very far have come to against this occasion with us, but what about those ones from Nyamira and Kisii? Where are they? And we are the biggest noisemakers in other things. Where it matters, people are not there. We have institutions from Kisii and Nyamira. And then the name is only here coming. Masai Mara is from very far beyond Narok. Eritrea, they are here. RVTT, they are here. Kisumu is here. Riyadh is here. And what about our own brothers and sisters? Does it mean with them they are not interested in research? I think it is high time that us Kisii we change our attitude. It is high time. Wacha hii mchezo ngine ya kijijini hapa, si ndio? Let us really get focused. Uliona jana vile BPS alikuwa anaongea. Watu karibu watu waingie ndani ya chini ya viti, si ndio? Pia kuna mambo mengine BPS anaongea hivyo unasikia hata kutoroka, si ndio? So hiyo sio kitu kidogo. You can see we have struggled to come up with CPET curriculum, which our colleagues are supposed to come in. They also train their trainees on the same. Then they come to do our exam. As simple as that. Because with them they are not the one to sweat to come up with the curriculum, but they are refusing to take up the initiative. But I think others will talk when we are also together. You know now that I'm the one who has been given the mantle to shine for the rest. As a national polytechnic, we are supposed to be ahead of these other institutions. But I think we are doing well with my colleagues. Because, and the PS was so much impressed because even the other week, the director was here to approve other more CPET courses, which we want to undertake. Very soon they will be registered by KNQA, and we shall be again offering them as an examination center. So let me also take this opportunity to thank all of those who have made this occasion a success, because it is not easy. It's not easy. I know we have sponsors, we have our panelists who have come in, they have spent their time. My team has been here. I know there are those who are working in the kitchen, because even the kitchen is also very important. Yeah, because you can faint if you don't get the right dose. Yeah. and we don't take it for granted. And even there are those who assist us to make this place look a place. See you? You can see even this organizer, even if we are paying, it is not as simple as that. And so we have to thank everybody for the sacrifice and for the support. And we ask you to continue giving us that support. I know it is a yearly event. I know last year there was not yearly, but in the future we are supposed to have it yearly for it to be meaningful. For it to be meaningful. So when we call upon you again next time, you turn up the way you have done it, and I think we shall move together as a team. The county government of Kisii, I think this is the first time you are coming in Andy. It means bigger things are waiting. See you? Yeah, bigger things are waiting. Actually, I'm going to arrange for a luncheon where the governor, we should invite the governor, so that we can now move in as a team. And I know there's a lot which we can support one another. As I'm sitting here now, I've started because the county secretary was here yesterday, isn't it? Yeah, that's a year now. Yes, mambo imeanza kuwa mzuri. The other one, we were living miles and miles away. Let me tell you. Simulajua ile nyingine iliyopita. Miles and miles. But I think now we are together, see you? Na unajua mtu akibugua mlango, si hata sasa wewe utakataa kuingia. Lakini kama amefungwa utafanya namna gani? Ama ukiingia huko mtu anaanza kuongea na wewe ni kama anataka kufukuza wewe usiingie ndani. Ile inakuwa ngumu. And then so for those of you maybe who don't know me very well, ni yule Mr. Nyariki yule alienda tena karudi. Si ndio? Unajua saa zingine watu wanafikiri ni ghost anaongea ama ni yule mtu, si ndio? Ni yule. And as the children talked here yesterday, the president yako wapi? President aliongea hapa jana. Na unajua is a student, isn't it? But you know they see a lot. Because I came here in 2019. When I came here, you could enter this compound from any corner. And there was like a small gate here. Even at home, they could not refer to at home. See you? So when you get it, the other side, you go bandera. It's a monument. So when I came in, I talked to the council. I told them, as I've come in, now that I'm new, there are things here we need to do. See you? Kaambia kutoka kwa barabara eti hakuna. Na barabara ndani yote ni matope. So we need to improve our roads and improve our gate. To start with. Unajua what they told me, wewe ni mgeni, kaa kwanza, waje utuambie hii vitu yako. Hapo utafanya nini sasa? Si unanyamaza? Sasa kama watu wamesema wewe ni mgeni, nyamaza. But fortunately, the council was going to expire. When it expired, I said everybody must go. Yeah. Is it? So that you will bring in new people whom you can move together. You know when the new council came in, I started now selling my idea, and I was able to put up the wall and the gate. See? Then nikajenga hii nyumba hapa. Kuna nyumba hapa juu. Nikajenga hiyo nikasema because we were pushing for this land, I said we must push towards this land. See? Then we went also to the agriculture department. We said agriculture must be we should move agriculture from class to the farm. See? Zikazi kaanza hapo. Wakati wa COVID tukaanza mambo ya kapro. Kumbe kidogo watu wameona kapro imeanza kuwekwa, hiyo mtu lazima aende. Ndio? Unajua watu wakiona maendeleo wanajua pesa iko, si ndio? Na unajua wakati pesa iko mtu lazima aende. Lakini mimi nikaenda hata director alikuja kaniambia mwalimu mambo hiki hapa ni ngumu, lakini wacha tufanye smooth transition, si ndio? Kumbe ilikuwa you know the whole arrangement was very powerful, si ndio? Kumbe vile mtu tunaongea kwa nini kuna mnai kumbe ndiye yako ndani sasa nikaenda Kitwebe. Mahali watoto walikuwa 50 from 12,000 to 50. Na unafika huko unashuka kama umetupwa umeenda But again, I took it positively. Because what I found, there was a office, a small thing, and there was a toilet inside. That's also very important. Madam, that is very important. Even if I've come to a small thing, but there's an office and then there's also the toilet. Yeah. Because you know, we are used to with an office where there's a toilet inside. Then you start moving to the forest. What will you do? So, from 50, we were able, by the time I left again, we were at 450. Senior. Within 1 year. 1 year. We had 450. And we started also seeing capital. But you know, with 50, which capital can you get? And I was driving from here to Kitweba at the back. But we survived for 1 year, and I was able to do other things there with the 450 students. Then I was again transferred to Siwa Technical. Siwa was fairly big. And when I went there, I was also challenged by the Nandis. Unajua Nandis huko ni nani? Huyu Mkisii nini ametoa yeye Kisii mpaka hapa. Hapo unaulizwa kwa mkutano wa board. Na huyu ni chairman anaongea. Kamwambia mimi nimetumwa hapa nikuje kufanya kazi. Na kazi yangu me have come as a principal, and I know my role as a principal. And you know, single upande akasema sawa basi. Na walipima mimi, but you know, the first exam which we did, because I found they were at 50% examination pass. But when we did the first exam, because I found the teachers were not eating, they were only getting chai, tena chai ilikuwa maji. So nikamwambia sasa hapa lazima nianze na breakfast, niongeze maziwa, halafu na ranji lazima wakule, because there were NY students who were about 300. So, do you know, when we did the first exam, we moved from 50 to 70%. Ndio wakasema kumbe hii Mkisii anajua vitu nafanya. So sometimes, you know, people can underrate you, but you must keep on, you must get focused, so that you don't lose track, so that people will realize that this is what you were after. And you can see now, I stayed there also for 1 year, and after 1 year, there was demand that Nyariki must come back. Now things have changed. So the same Nyariki is the one who is here. See? Na tunataka kuchapa kasi. And even when I came in, because I handed over to Mr. Mwangi again handed over to me. So he has done, he did his part. See? And he's my great friend. He handed it over to me in a very smooth manner. And you know, when we meet again, we meet as friends. But since I came in, I've also pushed this thing to another level, let me tell you. It was not like the way it is now. When I came in January, I've also done a rough. It's really new required second floor. Lakini sasa push it back 60th floor. Now I'm now doing roofing. Sasa nimaliza hii nyumba. Si hata ingine nilikuja, it was in the second floor. Nikapush 2 floors nikamali. So wacha tuchape kasi. Na nyinyi kama wanafunzi, get focused and pass with good grades, so that in future, you know, your future is not far. So that in future you replace us. Serious. And I want to say that this is now we need to assist one another. Don't start regretting when you are failed. The Canada exam is coming in July, and we have said our students must get prepared. Our trainers are here. This is time you need to trouble them for you to get the best result. And these small things of gossip, and don't let us not mix issues with the students. Students that have come here to study, let them do their studies. If it ungine, wacha tuchezea mpira kando. Because hii ingine ni yetu, sio? Na sisi kama walimu tufanye kazi yetu kama walimu. Kama wafanye kazi kama wafanye kazi. Wale wa jikoni watangaza chakula, watoto wakule. Wale wanachunga mambo ya usiku, wachunga watoto usiku. Unajua kila mtu afanye kazi yake, maisha itakuwa mzuri. Because hii mambo mengine kidogo itarudisha kesi nyuma. Na hiyo lazima, hiyo ndio vitu tunaongea. Na lazima tuseme ukweli. Mimi sasa ni mzee, ndio? Mimi ni mzee sasa hii. I can curse, or I can do what? I can press. Si miaka yangu imefika hapo. Ile mambo tulikuwa tunasikia mambo ya usee, si ni sisi sasa. Ni vile sasa tumemix sana mpaka watu wajui sasa, because we have not maintained our dignity. You know, if you don't maintain your dignity, you will never curse or you will never pray. Sasa wewe ni kama goi tu inatembea. Kwa sababu miaka yangu si mimi najua niko na vijana wawili peke yake, lakini wote wameoa na wako na watoto kama wajukuu. Si wajukuu. Mmoja anaitwa mama yake na mwingine anaitwa mimi. Sasa si mambo imeisha sasa. Umesikia vitu nimesema hapo? Mmoja anaitwa Nyariki, mwingine anaitwa si ndio jina yake ni Nyambura, anaitwa Nyambura. Sasa hata tukifa sisi tumeacha vitu. Si kweli? So, and even most of you are seated here, you are my children. Si kweli? Yeah. So, na unajua dunia hii hata ukifanya namna gani ile kitu unaulizwa ni familia gani umeacha nyuma, si ndio? Hii vitu vingine mali yote itaisha, si ndio? Lakini watoto watabaki na hiyo ndio kitu cha muhimu. I don't want to waste a lot of time. This is the only opportunity which I also got to talk with you and even our visitors so that they can also hear how the principal talks. I am a stammerer, but sometimes I pass messages, see you? Yeah, I am a stammerer. I know many people think that it is drunk to loud. It's not drunkenness. Do I change my voice because of anything? See, it's natural. And the stammerers, I don't know, is it dark? Is it dark or it is bright at night? You know, because I don't work at night, so I don't know whether it is bright at night. But we also have a place in life, see you? So with those remarks, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome Mr. Tom Olango, our regional county director at TVET for Kisii, Nyamira, Migori, and Omabe, to take us through the closing ceremony. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. To the Principal Kisii National Polytechnic, esteemed guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yesterday when I was told to push the program a bit, I forgot to introduce myself, but I'm happy the principal of Kisii National Polytechnic has now cleared the air. I'm Tom Olango, I'm the regional director of TVET, in charge of Kisii, Nyamira, Migori, and Homa Bay counties. I want to start by saying that I may not have much to say today because the principal secretary had said it all. And as you are aware in government, once your superior talks, it is always advisable to keep off because there's the danger of contradicting what your boss had said. So I think to that extent, you'll allow me just to limit myself to observations and not to go to policy issues. First of all, I want to thank Kisii National Polytechnic for their great work of ensuring that conferences that are international in nature are held in this institution. As we were coming down, I reminded the principal that in South Nyanza and Kisii, it is only Kisii National Polytechnic that always holds conferences. And I think this one projects the institution very, very positively as a national polytechnic. And as such, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate Kisii National Polytechnic under the stewardship of Mr. Nyariki and the Governing Council for giving the students an opportunity to see for themselves what a conference is all about. I am a bit disturbed that during the closing, ceremony, for lack of a better word. The hall is not full, but I'm reassured because yesterday I saw a very large number of students being in the hall, and that demonstrated their interest in research. But now that the hall is not full, I think it is important to interrogate ourselves what could be the problem. How come our young people don't appear to be, interested in research work? And I think that is a discussion that should be taken to another level so that we come up with a framework that will encourage young people to take up research work with a lot of interest. Possibly, I think if resources can allow, the institutions can come together, and then they organize workshops for students where students are taught on how to write proposals and also how to make presentations during conferences. I know they would feel even much better when they see one of their own stand in front of a congregation and make a presentation. And I would want to say that such presentations may not really pass for judgment, but simply as a way of encouraging young people to come forth and also say what they think in terms of the presentations that are being made. At this point in time, I want to tell young people that we have a body called Skills Initiative for Africa. This is a very, very important body for you. I think from here, you take your time and Google Skills Initiative for Africa, and you get to connect with them because before I came to the county, I was in charge of that project. And the project is keen on linking young people in the continent so that they can share best practices in their respective countries. So from here, don't shy away, get to connect, and through that you'll get to connect with your colleagues in other countries in Africa. And what makes me happy is that Kenya as a country is also now a member of the World Skills International. It therefore means that skills competitions now stand a chance to be escalated to, international levels. I therefore appreciate young people who had an opportunity to take part in the skills competitions. I want to believe that at some point in time, they will go for national skills competitions, after which they proceed for the East Africa skills competitions, and thereafter they go for the world skills competitions. Actually, at global level, it's not even skills competitions. They call it Skills Olympics. I had an opportunity to attend one in Russia, and I could not believe what I was seeing. It was marvelous what young people can afford to do, especially in, at a global level. So I feel the young people, especially in this country, should also be given an opportunity to interact as aggressively as possible with other young people outside the country. Without being convicted, every now and again, we hear, directors going out for workshops, trainers going out for workshops. But we would also want to hear our young people also being taken for workshops, especially, outside the country. I want to say that the presenters have done their best. They have communicated the pieces of message to us. And what remains on our part is just to demonstrate the commitment, because whatever we've been taught here, we are actually expected to implement them. when I walked in, there was a presenter who was talking about climate change. And he said that if we don't mitigate climate change, then all of us will perish. So it is that serious. And I've just selected an example of what I had. And I know there are a number of other things that, have been presented here and indeed are relevant to us. So I'm appealing to everybody that let us take this presentation serious so that we implement them, because by implementing them, we are also safeguarding the future and also the environment. Let me take this opportunity also to thank all those who managed to take part in the conference. I want to believe there was an online platform, so a number of people attended. As a ministry, we want to say that we appreciate you for taking part in this conference. The judges have also given out the verdict. We appreciate the verdict. And as they were giving out the verdict, I got to learn that I needed to refresh myself. And of course, we appreciate you for the good work that you do. I would only wish to challenge the organizers that the papers that have been presented here, let these papers go through some selection process so that at the end of the day, they are published in suitable journals, so that also other people can afford to access the information that, has been put across during the conference. Mr. Nyariki has thanked the committee members. They've been doing a wonderful job. Actually, when I see him, I just call him the conference person. But may you get it from us that we really appreciate you for the good work that you do. Mr. Nyariki stood up and I think gave a very fatherly message. And I want to say that we like the message. And as a ministry, we also appreciate the work that the principal of this institution is doing. But above all, I want to encourage all of us to ensure that we work as a team. So long as we are able to work as a team, we are going to scale heights. But the moment we start to work, from different standpoints, then be rest assured that we may not really make it. So you give Mr. Nyariki easy time as he are forced to execute his duties. He mentioned something about land, which I also felt that I should tell you it is true. When we came here, the land that the institution currently occupies was not this much. And I remember we had some encroachment. But it took the courage of Mr. Nyariki just to fence it off. And he said, let us fence it up, and then the litigations will follow. Of course, they followed, and now the land belongs to Mr. Nyariki. I think having said that, I don't want really to add more, but to convey greetings from the Cabinet Secretary, who should have been here yesterday, but he could not make it. And also to convey the greetings from the Principal Secretary, who said that she arrived well. Now that I'm expected to close on behalf of the Principal Secretary, it is now my pleasure to declare the second international conference officially closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Let's clap, 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 clap. Thank you so much, our chief guest, for that. Those remarks, those encouraging remarks. All of us have learned something from that. I also thank my boss, because having a boss mwenye munaelewana si rahisi, si kweli? So we're working very well with our principal here, all of us as a community, and we appreciate that. We can't take it for granted. So I would like us to appreciate our principal. You see the way the college looks nice, isn't it? It has many flowers, eh? The college looks beautiful, is it? It looks nice, is it? So I would like us to appreciate our principal by plucking some of the flowers that is planted, alafu tunampatia, si ndio? So let's stand up. Let's stand up, all of us. So we start plucking the flowers. Tuna pluck kivipi? Let's pluck, let's pluck, let's pluck, let's pluck. Tutampatia mingi mingi, si ndio? So let's pluck and then we give him one. Okay, let's pluck again. Azijatosha. Azijatosha. Si kweli? Let's pluck, let's pluck, let's pluck. Then let's give him. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We appreciate, we like what you are doing in Kisii Polytechnic. Now, I'd now like us to appreciate our chief guest. So naona miaka yake. Anatoshana na nyinyi? Atoshani na sisi, na nyinyi. Si ndio anatoshana na karibu na mimi lakini sio nyinyi. So I want us to give him those nyayo, zile za, si ni ukweli? So I would like us to start like, who knows the nyayo claps? Who knows the nyayo claps? Nyayo mlikuwa mmezaliwa? Mmewahi sikia? Mjawahi sikia? Tutawafunza saa hizi, si ndio? Haya twende, 1, 2, 3, funga, fungua. Now I'm wondering, kwa nini anafunga kwanza alafu anafungua? That was Mzee Moi, si ukweli? Thank you very much, our chief guest, for finding time to come and be with us. It's not very easy. We know you are a very busy person, but thank you for finding that time. This time, before I hand over the mic to the MC, I would like to inform you, welcome you for lunch. Our chief guest, lunch is just served at the tent. My colleagues, I think the lunch is served at the food and beverage department. And the students, sumunajua mali lunch iko? Sumunajua? Amjui? Bas tutabaki na nyinyi niwaelekeze. Najua umekaa hapa mmesahau, nitawaambia mali iko. Otherwise, I appreciate all of us for having come to this function. MC, maybe let me return back the mic so that you call the pastor to pray for us as we leave. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Madam Mabel, for sharing this session. Without further instructions, I will ask you to stand up. And then we started with a national anthem. We'll have a national anthem played, the Kenyan national anthem. Then, Pastor, you will offer prayer in that order. National anthem. Pastor.
Let us bow down and pray. Father, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus, thank you, our Creator, for having had an opportunity for us that, oh Jehovah, you have done us good, that we started this conference, Lord, with you, and we have ended with you. Thank you because of your powerful hand. We don't rejoice because that we have done out of our strength, but Lord, it is by the power of your Holy Spirit. Thank you, Jehovah, because of the organizers. Thank you, Lord, because of our guests who traveled, Jehovah, from far and near. And Jehovah, we thank you because even those who have traveled back, you gave them journey mercies, Lord. Thank you, Lord, because of our institution as it is led by our council, our principal, Jehovah, and even the management team. Jehovah, I want to give you glory because the far you have brought us as Kisii National Polytechnic, it has taken your hand, O Jehovah. That is why we stand here to glorify your name.
Thank you, my Father, because of our chief guest who left yesterday. And thank you even today for our chief guest, oh my Father, our regional director, Lord. How do we pray for your blessing, oh my Father? Bless all of us, oh God, and even as we look forward to do according to all that we have learned here, may Kisii National Polytechnic be blessed so that it can be a hub of research centers, Jehovah, so that we can be mentors of other institutions. Thank you because of our students. I dedicate them before you because this is a generation to come. You have given them the power, Jehovah, so that they can change even this world, oh Lord. I pray, even as they go to sit for the examination, Lord, we will have them pass. Jehovah, thank you because of trainers and even non-teaching staff. They have cooperated, Lord. We pray for this unity and we pray for your mercies, Lord, as we continue. Even now, when we travel back to our destinations, we pray for your journey mercies. And even as we go to partake the meal, we pray that you bless it. It is in Jesus' mighty name we pray and believe. Amen. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Mubarikiwe sana.
We shall remain standing as our chief guest and his hosts take their leave. They will be accompanied by Madam Mabel, and then we shall have the directors, the NEMA officers, our judges, and presenters also following them in that order. And then the trainers, as we were told, we shall go to the other side, Capitol Hill. The students, you will follow Madam Felice. Okay, I've been told that you will be given further instructions. You'll be given further instructions. God bless you. I've been your MC, Elton Mitaki, a trainer in here. God bless you. Bye-bye.